Well, hello, my pack members. HACKERSAURUS here, and today I am joined by a new friend of ours, Nerd Knight. Say hello. I hope they're good because today we are reading what is rumored to be one of the Jurassic Park III strips that we're gonna do before the director said, "Nah, we're gonna throw it away 4 weeks before filming. That's gonna be a good idea." It wasn't. So yeah, me and Nerd were having a little discussion and um about how in Canada sometimes when a movie, at least in my region of Canada, is rated R, it's rated 13 plus, or sometimes 16 plus, depends on the movie, and sometimes PG-13 is just straight up G here. I have no idea how, but it's Canada. We're soft, and this is a funny story. One of my mom's coworkers, he didn't know about the movie Sausage Party. He didn't know anything about it. So when he was, I think, going on a dinner with coworkers, I don't remember. He decided, you know what, you kids stay home. I'm gonna put on a movie for you. He put on Sausage Party for them. Yeah, and it was then that like my mom told him that it was like that's an 18 plus movie. He was like, oh no, what have I done? I hope they weren't traumatized. If so, I'm so sorry for these kids. Like, ugh, oh my god. Especially the fact I have not seen the movie, but I know what happens in it, and yeah, it's insane. So, alright, let's get to it. Here we go. So we're gonna do it. One of us is gonna read dialogue. One of us is gonna read the descriptions, and for each scene we go back and forth. So one of us just doesn't straight up lose their voice. Yeah. And from my experience, this is nothing compared to the one from Rebirth. Actually, let me check how many was Rebirth. I have it right here. That was 141 pages. Yeah, no wonder we did it in 2 streams. And so you've read a lot of books. Like, is it on stream or just in general? Ooh. Mm. I like Reddit stories. There depends on which subreddit you go on. It can either be funny, heartwarming, or downright terrifying. Ooh. Oh no. So that's what a D&D horror story is. It's just stories of how DMs fuck up. Is that it? Hmm. But yeah, I gotta read more books because I am currently writing a book. If some people didn't know, and right now my book is shit. So I need to just start reading a lot more to figure out how to write. So yeah, let's do this thing. Exterior. Yeah. All right, I will do the narration for this one, and you can do the dialogue, or you want to do the depends. Okay, why not? Oh, we do it all the time, so that's why it takes hours. Oh, and two, they're rich, they're probably gonna die. Oh, so it's sorry. So it's like essentially it's the opening scene in the actual movie with different characters. Yeah, they're dead. They're so gonna die. So I'm guessing this isn't the same scene. No, I'll do the dialogue for that one. Gracias. Gracias, señor. So around late, we were fogged in at duels. We've got the minister for about 5 minutes between meetings. Is he excited to see me? What happened to the car I sent you? I never found it. That 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 it's okay. That cabbie just charged you a week's worth of fares. Fares? What's a fare? Hmm. Oh, didn't know. Hmm. It's good to be back. The driver of the boat says he went back to their pickup point for the next 3 days and never showed up. I've already alerted the proper authorities. They're patrolling the area as we speak. I'm sure they can handle the situation. I appreciate the efforts, Senor Lopez, but frankly, I don't see how that addresses the larger issue at hand. And what issue is that? That they never should have gone that far to begin with. In the past year alone, bleh, excuse me, one documentary crew, and who knows how many trail seekers have disappeared on that island. Mr. Finch, we have quarantined this island. We've got a no-fly zone over the entire area. Our government can't be responsible for every rich, spoiled American foolish enough to take on his Azorna. The State Department feels otherwise. Last time I checked the treaty, this matter fell under the jurisdiction of Costa Rica, not the U.S. Department. Now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen. Well, that went well. Harlan Finch. I'm Simone Garcia. This is Police Chief Hernandez. Can we talk to you in private? About what? You might want to come to the station. Ooh, police. Brought in Simone from the medical school. She's done some research on indigenous wildlife. This is the first time we've had enough left over to conduct a proper autopsy. What have you come up with? Slash marks along the torso and legs, defense wounds on the hands. It's definitely some sort of mauling, but unlike any I've seen in years. How so? So far, it really reminds me of that one scene in Jaws. Yee.
Or Genie. God, I already forgot their names. If it is one of the couple, then we already know a dinosaur fucking attacked them, and they know a dinosaur attacked them.
I just looked at my darn OBS. Everything was muted. God damn it!
Oh no.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Unless we want to reread that, but I don't think we want to.
I mean, I could reread it all myself if you want.
Depends if the people want. Okay, so little recap for people who just joined.
For those of you who
essentially,
just joined, go ahead.
essentially, what happens in the few first pages is a rich couple got um like parasail a parasail excursion, and well, they disappeared, and now there's a whole essentially police investigation.
Mhm. It was very much similar to the opening of the original Jurassic Park 3, but with some variations of like instead of the kid and his dad, it's a young couple. Um, and instead of the people on the boat going missing, it was the couple themselves who were parasailing going missing.
Yeah, because essentially the people in the boat left. Is what I understood.
So they disconnected from the boat and went parasailing. Essentially, they should have glided around for like maybe an hour or so, but due to mysterious circumstances right now, they weren't at their pickup point, which means there was a designated area for them to like land down in the water, and the boat guy would have come and picked them back up.
Yeah, so they disappeared, and they found bodies with lacerations, wounds.
Mm-hmm.
The gist.
Mm-hmm. All
Okay,
right, so I
so
believe as we
I
were
was
reading,
I was at Simone.
yeah, you're at Simone.
The lacerations are unusually deep. Like he was torn right open. There's a puncture wound here that actually penetrates the torso. I'm not familiar with any predator around here that could cause this kind of damage. Can I see the remains from any of the other victims?
Simone turns to a wall lined with large, body sized drawers. As the others gather around, Garcia pulls open one of the drawers to reveal a man's shoe.
Wow. So,
Dramatic.
some of the villagers are starting to talk of a hoopia.
The officers chuckle. The chief himself is looking at Finch with a twinkle in his eye.
And what's a hoopia? A ghost of the night, faceless vampire who kidnaps small children. According to the folk tales, they used to live in the interior mountains, but now inhabit the islands offshore.
Finch nods.
Oh, okay, so now I'm gonna have to geek out for a sec. This is straight up from the book.
Mm-hmm.
The original Jurassic Park book, the Hoopia, the
Mm-hmm.
description is exactly like in Michael Crichton's.
Hmm.
I
So maybe
sympathize,
they were trying to be somewhat more accurate to the book on this one.
I guess. I sympathize with your situation, but I'm afraid you'll need more than a ghost story to justify American intervention. Perhaps another T-Rex of San Diego will do the trick.
Finch considers her.
We could have a catastrophe on our hands, Mr. Finch, and no one in my government wants to do anything about it.
And Finch is clearly troubled by her words. The loud wail of a siren. Exit road, Utah.
Oh, can I do the narration on that one?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. A police car whips past on the desert highway, lights flashing. Cop car pulls beside a second police car and a beat up pickup parked on the side of the road. Moments later, a jeep also arrives on the scene as the vehicle screeches to a halt. Out steps Alan Grant, a celebrity in the world of paleontology. He's one of only a handful of people who've seen real dinosaurs up close and personal. Right now, he's marching toward Billy Hume. Okay, so instead of Brandon, it's Hume?
Hmm.
Or Hume?
I think it's. I would say Billy Hume. I think, or hmm. Either I'd say it's dealer's choice on this one. Is this a character from the previous movies?
He's Billy Bren. You
Oh
remember
gosh.
Jurassic Park 3, the guy who steals the eggs?
Oh yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, and gave the vocalization of the raptor to Grant. He is the same character. His
I
trusted
see, I see.
graduate student, young, handsome, and smart. At the moment, Billy's got a nasty looking bruise on his forehead. He sits on the tailgate of his truck. The police stand off to the side, jotting down notes and talking amongst themselves. Billy's clearly distraught. He and Grant silently consider one another before Grant speaks.
Are you all right? It's nothing, a bruise. Who did this to you? Couple of guys in a van. I thought they had an engine trouble. I pulled over to see if they needed help.
Oh, I'm on, excuse me. Billy shakes his head, averting Grant's gaze.
They took the entire skeleton.
Grant gravely takes in the words, looking at the horizon. Billy nervously considers them.
I will get it back. It's already on its way to some millionaire's private collection. We've still got the scans.
Grant nods, relieved.
Then let's keep this quiet. We've got a lecture in 20 minutes, and I don't want to scare off any deep pockets.
Billy nods, seeing that his student is still clearly shaken. Grant places a paternal hand on his shoulder and smiles.
Not to worry, Billy. These bones are everywhere. We haven't dug up 1% of what's out there.
And relieved, Billy nods his head, returning the smile. Exterior desert. 12-year-old Miles Roby. Okay, so yeah, in the final film, his name is Eric.
Yeah, I remember.
Kneels in the dirt, intelligent, and a bit precautious. Miles is currently pulling a small object about the size of a chestnut from the sand. Cooper, an out of shape, middle aged bodyguard from New Jersey, crouches beside him, peering at the object in question. Miles dusts it off with a small brush when the object is revealed. His face alights from an excited smile. Cooper's not quite sure what he's looking at, but he senses it's something important.
What is it? A tooth? Get out of here. Probably belonging to some kind of heartosaur. A heart of who? An herbivore. You can tell by its shape. So it's old. I'd say mid-Cretaceous? What's that in English? About 100 million years.
Cooper shakes his head in disbelief, chuckling to himself.
Hey, Mr. Roby, get a load of this.
Paul Roby, a slightly overdressed middle-aged man, marches across the sand. I was going to say land. Confident and occasionally charming, Roby is generally a guarded man. He bends down behind Cooper and Miles and peers at the tooth.
It's some kind of tooth.
Paul looks to his son and smiles.
I just realized I used Mark's voice for Cooper.
Who?
I just used the son's voice for the bodyguards. This big man is just like, it's a tooth.
Hey, boss, look at this.
Hey, yo, boss. No, okay. I'll get on with it. That's wonderful, Miles. Just wonderful.
Miles smiles at praise, in contrast to Paul's distance. Cooper warmly pats the boy on his back.
Your son's something real special, Mr. Roby. A real genius.
Woman's voice.
Paul!
As Miles turns towards the boy, his smile quickly fades. Paul's business associate, Susan Brentworth, an ambitious, intelligent woman in her 30s, struggles across the desert in high heels. Dull corporate from head to toe, she's not without a sense of irony. Paul raises as she approaches, and the two quietly converse.
There's definitely some sort of meltdown happening. For once, no one in Chicago claims to know what's going on. What about the shareholders? The board has called an emergency closed-door meeting in Mexico City. As much as I'd hate to leave this little corner of paradise, I think we should be there when it happens.
Paul sighs.
Is there no other option? I don't think so.
Paul nods his head, then reluctantly turns toward his son. Miles is already on his feet, averting his father's gaze. Both Miles and Cooper know what's coming next.
Hey, sport. You'd said we stay a week. I know. You promised. And I owe you one. Anything you want, name it, and it's yours. I want to dig up dinosaurs.
And on that, Miles walks past and Paul turns after his son.
Miles.
But Miles doesn't look back. Instead, he marches dejectedly toward the compound in the distance. Gunston Cooper glances at Paul and heads after Miles. As Paul watches his departing son with genuine regret, we hear a faint voice through a loudspeaker.
The lecture will be starting in 10 minutes.
Oh, so they're in the same place.
That makes sense.
Unlike in
In the original
final
movie
film,
where, yeah,
he's just there.
he's just on the island, fucking Ramboing it up.
And then there's his dad that's just like, yeah, I have an enterprise. Not really, but I'm not telling you that. And then there's his darn wife who's like, we even got the first commercial trip to the moon. Like, yeah, never in a million years, no. Alan Grant displays highly detailed, three-dimensional illustrations of raptor skull. He's lecturing to a formal crowd of paleontologists, student volunteers, and potential donors.
As of yet, no one's been able to carefully study raptor vocalization. Given their unusually high level of intelligence, it's entirely possible, even likely, they possess some form of communication.
Grant notices Paul Roby at the back of the room and steers the lecture his direction.
Using impressions found in the snout region of this Utah raptor, my student Billy Hume was able to cast a model resonating chamber.
Grant pulls a small model chamber from his vest pocket. Murmurs from the audience. Billy watches from the crowd, trying to gauge their mood.
Based on my own experience in the field, I'd say Velociraptor could produce sounds like this.
And just as he puts his lips to the cast, the ring of a cell phone. Oh no, come on! A few chuckles from the crowd. Susan Brentwood takes her call and quickly leaves the tent. Paul looks after her. Grant cracks a smile.
Let's try that again.
As a crowd quiets, Grant blows into the cast. It is an odd sound, almost haunting. It lingers in the air before slowly fading to silence. A magical moment, to be sure. Staying in the crowd, Miles Roby eagerly raises his hand. Grant ignores him, scanning the crowd for another questioner.
Dr. Keyes? Paleontologist number 1. Vocalization is one thing, Alan, and communication quite another. The idea that raptors possess that kind of intelligence. I've seen living velociraptors hunt in packs. I've seen them strategize on a level as sophisticated as any found in the animal kingdom.
Amidst dubious murmurs, Miles raises his hand even higher, and Grant can only ignore the boy for so long.
Yes? Mr. Grant, are you saying that dinosaurs actually lived in some sort of society?
Grant grits his teeth. Billy hides a smile.
See, we all live in a society. A dino society. No, I'm kidding.
That's so
That's such a rage baiter question from this kid. This kid knows what the fuck he's doing. But Grant can't wait for this kid to be stuck on a dinosaur island.
We live in a society. Is that right, Alan?
You say you like dinosaurs and nobody bats an eye. You say you do script readings of the Jurassic Park movies, and society calls you autistic.
That's funny because I actually am. So, yeah.
I could never have guessed.
Oh, really?
No. All right. This is fun.
Yes.
All right. What I am suggesting is that raptor intelligence is far beyond anything we imagine. Communication is the first step toward any complicated social structure. It fosters a shared consciousness, a group identity that puts the needs of the family before the needs of the individual. Indeed, had dinosaurs not gone extinct 65 million years ago, raptors may very well have evolved into the dominant keystone species humans represent today.
That reminds me of something. I'd have to Google that later, but someone did a mock-up of like what would have happened if dinosaurs didn't go extinct, and they made like a humanoid Troodon that looked like. Actually, I could just show it on the street. Hold on. Human Troodon. Oh god, I found it. It's creepy. Oh my god. It looks like an alien.
I mean, that's not too surprising.
Like the typical alien with the bubble head and the huge eyes and the small nose. But let's continue. But
Come on, Alan.
But yeah, it's there. But at this, the crowd erupts in flurry of skeptical chatter.
Come on, Alan. This is all nothing but speculation. Warren, paleontology itself is speculation, but now it's speculation that can be proven or disproven by observation. We no longer have to rely solely on the fossil record. Then are we to base our science on the amusement park creations of John Hammond?
The crowd chuckles, and Grant takes a moment, smiling.
I think you all know how I feel about the debacle of InGen and their Jurassic Park, but perhaps some good can come out of all this synthetic engineering. Open the island of Isla Sorna for scientific investigation, and we can make a right out of the biological wrong. The bones can only tell us so much. I propose the building of a substation if we are to determine whether or not raptors had the capacity to develop proto-human intelligence. Then we must study live animals in their own environment.
And Billy loudly brings his hands together, slowly dragging the audience into half-hearted applause. Miles leaps into his feet and claps vigorously. Grant nods his thanks to the crowd, then sees Susan motioning to Paul. He quickly leaves the tent. Alright. May I do the dialogue this time?
Yes, you may. Let me take a quick sip of water.
This is quite a big contrast compared to the final film.
Very different indeed, yes.
Because in the final film, he's like, what John Hammond and InGen at Jurassic Park did was create genetic
circus monsters, basically. Yeah. And he's like, there's no force on heaven and earth that could get me back on that island. And then a couple comes forward with a fuck ton of money and says, we'll pay you. And he says, yes.
Well, he thought he was going to be on the plane the entire time.
Okay, he has enough experience to know that that is not a viable option.
Like, come on. Come on.
No force on heaven and earth could get me back to that horrid place. We can pay you handsomely. I'm listening.
This should be a meme somewhere, please. Someone please do that.
Oh, it's probably a meme somewhere. In the Jurassic Park community, it's definitely got to be a meme.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I've seen
If,
this movie meme to death because of
yeah,
specifically a
yeah.
moment in the plane with the raptor just says, Alan.
Alan. Alan.
Which is kind of fun because earlier in the film he talks to a bird like, say my name, Alan. Later, a bird says his name, Alan, but he's not happy, he's terrified.
He finally gets what he wants, and he's like, I'm not happy about it. I'm like, well, too bad. All right. Exterior, outside the tent. Minutes later. The crowd mills about after the lecture, much to his charge, and Alan Grant is saddled with his latest admirer.
I think it's chagrin?
Chagrin, you're probably right, yeah.
But then I'm basing it on the French word, so who knows. But if raptors are as intelligent as you say and can talk to each other, I didn't say they could talk. Dinosaurs can't talk. I said communicate. Then are you familiar with Dr. Hiraga's definition of communication?
But Grant stops in his tracks, bends down, and whispers in the boy's ear.
Hey kid, are you familiar with my definition of smartass?
And on that, the paleontologist leaves, miles in the dust. He is quickly joined by Billy Hume.
Thank God, get me away from that kid. Billy smiling. We were once that kid, Alan. I shudder at the thought, so how'd I do? Think we're still a few dollars shy of that substation.
And Grant looks across the crowd to find Paul Roby conversing with Susan Brentworth.
Don't sweat it, help is on its way.
When Billy spots Roby, he's clearly dubious.
Paul Roby? I don't like any more than you do, Billy, but he's our only donor with the means to make it all happen.
Quickly straightening himself, a determined Grant takes a breath and crosses toward Roby.
Someday you two will be sucking it up to the rich.
And Billy shakes his head and smiles. Across the crowd, Cooper is helping himself to a generous portion of a buffet table. Nearby, Paul and Susan are still talking business.
Does anyone know what caused it? Some screw up, a foreman broke ground on the natural preserve. Now some hippies are chaining themselves to bulldozers.
A smiling Alan Grant approaches. Paul returns the smile.
Dr. Grant, have you yet met my Susan? I'm always trying to say two words at the same time. A Susan. My associate, Susan Brentworth. I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Our brief stay has been fascinating, Doctor. This paleontology is really almost a science, isn't it?
Grant doesn't like her. Forces a smile.
Almost, Mrs. Brentworth. Almost.
Then, leading Paul away, Grant walks him through the crowd. Susan stays with them, followed by Cooper and his food.
Did you enjoy the lecture? Very much. I see you're breaking into some truly exciting territory. I'm glad you think so. Did you have any reactions to the substation idea?
A brief pause.
The what? The substation.
But Paul is a blank.
On Isla Sorna?
And as Paul struggles, Susan steps in.
The island! Right. Of course.
And as Grant continues, Paul spots his son across the crowd, gazing at a display of excavated bones.
If we want to document raptor intelligence, then there's no substitute to seeing these animals in the flesh.
Still regretting his last encounter with Miles, Paul considers his son and looks to Grant.
Then show me. What? We're heading that way ourselves. Perhaps we could take a pass over the island. I'd love to, Mr. Roby, but then it's settled. Paul, are you sure you've got the time? How long can it take? I'm afraid it's impossible. The Costa Ricans have set up a no-fly zone over the entire area.
But Paul clearly doesn't concern himself with such matters. He merely places a hand on Grant's shoulder and smiles.
Show my son a living dinosaur, Doctor, and I'll provide the funds for 10 of your substations.
Grant is speechless. He stares at Roby with confusion.
Your son? I believe you already met Miles.
Grant turns to find Miles Roby, his nemesis, now standing beside him and grinning like a Cheshire cat.
My god, his nemesis! Is that what we're going to
That's
say?
such a harsh word to use on a curious child.
And, like, if we base ourselves from his character art from the first movie, why does he hate that kid so much?
Why does he hate on kids still?
Especially that
Like,
kid.
yeah, he had a whole character development and everything, and like now he's like, kids that like dinosaurs, ew. It's not like I wasn't ever one of those or had bonding experience with two children on that same island we're gonna be flying over now.
Well, it was a different island, but yes. And then there's. And then in the actual film, the actual movie, that arc is already destroyed because, like, it is like, you wanted kids? Well, I'm not having kids with you. I'm having it with a random man. And a kid that
Well,
loves
no,
Barney the dinosaur.
that whole bit that they had was just I don't get it. I don't get why they did their relationship like that because it makes no sense. I don't know.
From a character development view, it makes no sense. Like, your wife wanted kids, or your girlfriend wanted kids. Then you want kids, but then she's like, I want kids, but with another man.
I'm certain there's some details that were lost though because they
Maybe.
broke up for some reason.
Yeah, but they never tell it.
Yeah,
In the movies, at least. I don't know if there's a book that explains this.
yeah.
And
Who
if there is, I
knows?
have yet to find it. And then there's Dominion that actually. That's a part of Dominion I like that makes a joke out of this. Like, you have kids, but not with him. No, we're just old friends.
It's like this is bullshit. But all right, the paleontologist doesn't miss a beat.
And what a delightful boy he is.
And as he turns to Paul with a wide smile, they are interrupted by a distant thumping. Oh. Apologies,
Good.
I thought that was like a line of dialogue for some reason. I was waiting for you to read it, and I was like, wait a minute, that's narration. Out in the desert. Out in the desert, a military helicopter lands in a cloud of dust. Jumping out of the chopper, Harlan Finch is heading this way. Exterior, outskirts of camp. Grant and Finch walk in the desert.
How do you know it wasn't a mountain lion? Finch hands him a photograph of the latest victims. They had to have been one hell of a mountain lion.
And in fact, Grant can't take his eyes off the mauled corpse.
I want control of Isla Sorna. The Costa Ricans can't people from sneaking on. Or sneak. I think it meant sneaking in.
I mean, you can't sneak onto an island, you know. You can sneak onto places that you aren't allowed to be on. You know, if it's a property. It's more like sneaking in is like sneaking into a building.
Oh, makes sense. Now it looks like they can't stop animals from sneaking off. What do you want from? What do you want from me? You're one of Hammond's guinea pigs. They'll listen to someone like you. Gee, thanks. Take a look at the evidence and verify what's causing those attacks. I don't know of a single animal on that island capable of swimming 120 miles of open ocean.
Finch considers him in size.
Look, Grant, you and I both know there are those at state who just, as soon as see this entire island disappear. What? There are those at state who just. Okay, I think there's a word missing.
I mean, it is a canceled script. It's probably was in like its final stages of being, the final draft, and then they canked it.
But also, I'm pretty sure it's like a recreation of it.
Yeah, there have been moments where the typing and like what's the word? The font has been off for some reason.
Yeah, so because there's scripts where there are actual scans, because I have actual scans of some
Mm-hmm.
scripts, but this one is a recreation, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Take care of this situation before it gets out of hand, or you'll be dealing with someone as a lot worse than me.
Grant thinks long and hard, then looks to Finch.
The Costa Ricans have repeatedly denied my petition to build a substation.
Finch eyes him, sensing the makings of a deal. He smiles.
Help me gain sovereignty over Isla Sorna, and I'll grant you exclusive rights to conduct your investigations.
Grant nods his head. Beside one of the tents, he sees Paul, Susan, Miles, and Cooper loading up an SUV with luggage.
Should you come up with the 2 million I'll need to get my station up and running? Hardly. And I'll find my own ride to Costa Rica. This can't wait, Doctor. The hearing's tomorrow at 3.
But Grant's already moving on.
I'll be there with bells on. What the fuck does that mean?
I guess like if it's like with all the if I can think of any phrase that fits it properly, I guess with all the bells and whistles, so like decked out, dressed up.
Because I just pictured them in my mind. Dr. Alan Grant wearing nothing except just a bunch of bells. Just
I don't know why they just gave me an image of him just dancing around with a bunch of bells on him, singing about the dinosaurs like some kind of weird medieval court jester with too much information.
He's dancing with Barney on the stage. I don't know.
All right.
Alright.
Mhm.
Time for the switcheroo.
Okay.
Exterior airstrip sundown. Paul Roby's private plane, a Beechcraft King Air 200 turboprop. That's a mouthful. Sits on an airstrip. Billy Hume and Alan Grant are marching towards the plane.
Is there any chance?
I was gonna do dialogue again.
Is there any chance Finch is right?
But Grant is still skeptical.
The thought of one of those animals swimming to shore? What if it somehow got onto a boat?
Grant seriously considers the possibility.
Well, there's only one dinosaur with that kind of intelligence. But for a velociraptor to undertake something like that, there'd have to be a major disruption in its habitat. Like a fire, or flood, or overpopulation.
As the two board the plane, Grant glances at his student and smiles.
How'd you get so smart?
Billy smiles at Grant's praise.
It certainly couldn't have been my teaching.
On the far side of the craft, Susan is pulling her suitcase from the back of the SUV. Paul steps up beside her with a sly smile.
Fancy meeting you here.
Susan turns to him with a twinkle in her eye. They are close. Very close. Oh, they've been fucking.
Well, I mean, they're clearly the replacement for the married couple in the movie. Or they were divorced in the movie.
Yeah.
But they're clearly the replacement for it. But this time it seems like they're in a secretive relationship, which I'm just like, fucking why? Like, unless it's revealed that he's married. Oh, I'm getting a raid.
I'm thinking he is either a single dad and he has the hots for Susan, and then
Here.
in later versions of the script decided to change that to he actually has a wife.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
I'm going to quickly greet the raid that just came in, okay?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I've seen it for. I have to check that. About like what, an hour?
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yep.
Where was I?
We were, and the mood is broken at that point.
But as Susan reaches for him, Paul pulls slightly away, glancing around to see if anyone is watching. And the mood is broken, Susan withdraws.
At some point, you're going to have to tell him, you know?
Paul considers her.
When he's ready. When who's ready?
But Paul doesn't answer, he merely returns her smile and heads towards the other side of the plane. He just. She's like, I'm too tired for this, lady. I'm just gonna go at the back of the plane. As Susan watches him go, she looks up at the plane to find Miles Roby silently staring at her through a cabin window. At first, Susan doesn't know what to say, then she attempts an awkward smile and wave.
Hi, Miles.
But Miles pulls away from the window and Susan quietly berates herself.
Stupid, stupid, stupid.
I don't know why, but I was just imagining just a kid, just his nose straight up like stuck to the window looking wide-eyed, just looking at her like, what did you do with my dad?
No, okay. This kid's smart enough to be like, he's old enough and smart enough to figure out. No, I think the kid probably already knows that his dad and Susan here are together and just hasn't said anything because they haven't said anything, and it's going to get revealed later that he's always known, and the dad's going to feel super dumb, and Susan's probably going to slap the dad's shoulder and be like, he was ready forever ago, why weren't you ready?
I'm just I just imagine the scene like, I'm so sorry, son. I should have told you. It's okay, Dad. I knew.
I've always known, Father, for you are terrible at keeping secrets from me. Remember, Santa, how you tried to convince me that he was real for the first 10 years of my life? Well, sad to say, Father, but I knew after 4. It's pretty obvious when you're the one wrapping and putting the presents away.
It's pretty obvious when you are the Santa suit.
Alright.
The group prepares to depart, and excited Miles takes a seat directly beside Grant. Oh no.
I want to know about all the island dinosaurs, Dr. Grant, in alphabetical order.
Grant turns helplessly to his graduate student, but Billy can only shake his head and laugh. Up in the cockpit, Tom Udesky starts up the turboprops engines. A bit younger than Paul, the Cavalier pilot sports a wide-brimmed cowboy hat. Cooper sits beside him, not behind. Exterior airstrip, the plane's propellers swirl into motion, and the thunderprop rolls forward, quickly gathers speed, and takes off into the setting sun. Interior plane night, somewhere over the Pacific. Susan and Billy are fast asleep. Paul is seated at the table, quietly working. Across the cabin, an energetic Miles converses with Grant. The paleontologist is nearly comatose.
Kid has not stopped talking after probably 6+ hours.
Most likely.
Yes, but if a meteor caused the extinction of the dinosaurs, then what makes you think it was a meteor? Because everyone knows that. In all honesty, people in this business know very little for certain.
And on that, Grant leans back in his seat and closes his eyes, ending the conversation, but Miles is hardly finished.
Then what caused the dinosaurs to die? Extinction. But what caused the extinction?
Grant opens his eyes, sighs in frustration, and nods, and now Paul Roby watches the two converse.
Maybe it was a meteor. Maybe it was changing climate brought on by volcanic dust clouds. We just don't know. But can we ever find out?
Tired Grant considers the boy, but before he can respond,
Miles.
Miles turns to his father.
What? Maybe Dr. Grant would like some sleep. But Dad! Oh, I think we've all heard enough dinosaur talk for one day.
And Paul is already back to his work, looking out the window. Miles sighs in frustration. Grant notices the shift in Miles' mood. Though he's not crazy about the kid, he suddenly feels sorry for him. When the boy looks his way, Grant softly replies to his last question.
I'm not interested in how they died, Miles. I'm interested in how they lived.
Miles nods his head and smiles. Grant returns the smile and closes his eyes for the night.
And Miles?
The boy turns to him.
I'm sorry I called you a smart ass.
And Miles watches as Grant drifts off into sleep. So he's actually learned a bit from his last.
Alright. So he's not totally against the kid, but he's definitely been very frustrated. Probably because of the whole substation deal.
Yeah. The sun rises over the Pacific. A thick mist hangs over the still water. Interior plane in the cockpit, pilot Udisky strains to see what belows them and checks his instrument.
We should be getting close.
Beside him is Cooper, staring intently forward. In the cabin, Miles can barely contain himself, neither can Grant or Billy. Through the passing clouds, they glimpse the ocean below, and as they peer into the distance, the plane breaks through the clouds to reveal the island of Isla Sorna, steep, volcanic cliffs rising sharply out of the ocean.
I see it!
Grant sighs in satisfaction. In the cockpit, Udesky maintains a safe altitude as he crosses over the coastline. In the cabin, Grant scans the island, passing far below, searching for signs of some sort of natural disruption. He mutters to Billy.
Well, everything looks to be in order from here.
Susan looks out with disappointment.
I don't see anything. Neither do I. We've got to get closer. Grant to Paul. It's probably best to keep a safe distance. Technically, we're not supposed to go under than 2,000 feet.
But Miles also turns to his father.
Dad, you promised.
Snot-nosed.
This kid is a very much more of a. Well, then again, we didn't see much of the kid before he got trapped on the island and turned into Rambo. This kid is very much acting much younger than the kid in the final rendition of the third movie.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's probably like in the movies, like at least
In the
11
movie,
years
he's
old.
nah, he's at least 12 to 13. I'd say maybe even 14. He seemed much older, like a teenager.
Hmm. 14 is a bit of a reach. I'm pretty sure it's like
Maybe.
11 or 12 at the lowest, I guess.
Hmm.
But in this one, I think he's about 8, probably.
He's 12 in the movie. But yeah, this version of the kid is definitely like much younger.
Paul Ruby
All right.
considers Grant and his son. After a few moments, he nods his head, cracks a smile, and calls up to his pilot.
We better take her lower, Tom.
Miles beaves.
All right. Hold on to your hats, boys and girls.
And Grant and Billy turns a very uh, wary glance as Udisky banks wide. Steer a plane. The plane turns, circles around, and comes back at the island. Only this time Udisky comes in low, very low, just skimming across the water. Grant, no lover of air travel, grips his armrest and nervously watches the waves skim by. An oblivious Paul turns to him with a smile.
You're in for a treat, Doc. Tom can do things with this plane that defy the laws of gravity.
Grant musters a weak smile.
I can hardly wait.
If he throws up, it's perfect comedy. Up in the cockpit, Udesky takes the plane just over the trees. Cooper looks just a little queasy. Back in the cabin, Billy eagerly peers out at the island, and just as the sun breaks through the clouds, the plane crosses a ridge to reveal a brand new world. Miles' eyes widen as he lets out a quiet gasp. Grant smiles warmly. Long-necked brachiosaurs are peacefully grazing from the treetops. And now the music just probably cues in like da da da.
Yeah, probably. Just I can just hear the kazoo reaction.
Or the harmonica version. You probably know the one.
Yeah.
Wait, do I have that in my soundboard?
I'd be surprised if you didn't.
No, I don't have it, but I have this.
Not the mama.
That's from Dinosaur. It's a TV show from Jim
I
Henson.
don't know. I can't hear nothing. If it's like a Discord soundboard, I have those muted.
Oh, it's a Discord soundboard. Yes.
Yeah, I have Discord soundboards muted for me because I've had one too many times where someone just overdoes it and just has like a metal pipe sound falling over and over and over and over again. I'm like, you know what? I'm muting that.
Yeah, that's fair. Mine are just
Yeah.
voice lines. Like I have like a voice line from the Emperor's New Groove in there. I have Flintlock Wood. So yeah, that's basically that. It's mostly voice lines. Where were we? Miles' eyes widen. Blah 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 blah. The head of one Brachiosaurus appears out of nowhere. The dinosaur lets out a friendly honk as the plane passes by. Miles giggling in delight. Even Paul and Susan are astonished at the sight. The two exchange a private smile. Up in the cockpit, Udesky takes them over an open plain, and now herds of herbivores scatter before them. Cooper shakes his head in disbelief.
They never had these in Jersey.
Jersey. And Udesky takes her even lower, flying 100 feet off the ground. Sleeping down the African savannah. Back in the cabin, Miles is completely mesmerized. Grant looks over at Billy and grins. The dinosaurs look so close he could touch them.
They're almost as fast as we are.
And indeed, one gazelle like her before even seems to playfully keep up with the aircraft, probably Gallimimus. Or any of the Mimuses. There's a lot of them. Susan and Paul marvel with the others up in the cockpit. Cooper laughs outright. Even Udesky himself can't take his eyes off the spectacle just as they are about to clear the top of a ridge. Wham! Turboprop smashes into something. Back in the cabin, the passengers are thrown by the jolt. And as they look nervously around, Grant mutters,
Well, at least it's still airborne.
then the plane's right engine sputters and quits. Grant,
Damn it, Grant! Why'd you have to open your mouth?
He jinxed them!
He jinxed them hard.
Up in the cockpit, Udesky gives the other engine as much gas as he can, but the plane is rapidly descending.
Sit tight, everyone.
Just as Udesky fights the controls, he spots a meadow below. Cooper cringes as Udesky comes in just over a group of trees and hits the meadow with a sudden thud.
Right. You want to switch?
Yeah, but I already know what they hit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
guessing I already configure what they hit.
Yeah, if anybody here has watched the movie, they will know.
Alright. Let me get some water real quick.
I'm already halfway my bowl.
Yeah. I have an extra bottle of water here. Sit with me.
I'm just right near a mini fridge. I have a ton of those.
Nah, I'm in my office.
My office is
I don't
downstairs, where we keep the freezer and a mini fridge. So sometimes
no, my office is on the opposite side of the house.
Yeah. So sometimes when it's hot downstairs, I just go in the freezer and get myself an ice treat. Because I'm right in front of the freezer. It's at arm's distance.
I hope you're staying warm down there.
Yeah, well, arm's distance. I have to pull back my chair a bit, but yeah, it's basically there.
I'm actually kind of cold myself. I have like 2 blankets on me.
For me, it's the contrary. I'm kind of hot.
Alright. Exterior meadow. The turboprop churns through the tall grass of the meadow. Branches and brush breaking before the nose of the craft. Interior plane. In the cabin, the passengers are firmly jostled in their seats as the plane rumbles across the meadow. Up in the cockpit, Udesky struggles to slow the craft as they approach a glade of trees at the far end of the meadow. Exterior glade of trees. The plane finally comes to rest at the far end of the meadow. Interior plane. The passengers breathe a collective sigh of relief, and Billy glances at a tense Grant.
Looks like a good spot for a substation.
Susan realizes she's gripping Paul's hand with white knuckles, and Paul gives her a reassuring squeeze. Exterior plane. Minutes later. Grant exits the plane and warily scans the jungle. The others follow closely behind.
Tell me, cowboy, what sort of pilot hits the side of a mountain? I thought it was a tree. I tell you the truth, I don't know what it was. Well, I don't think that isn't comforting. I'm gonna stop doing that.
Yeah, I went with a bit of a higher pitch for her voice, but I knew not to attempt that.
I can do much worse, trust me.
Oh, I know I could too. I really could, but I wouldn't want to. I don't think she's gonna die at any point. I do not want to have to keep up a voice like that.
I can hit Marge Simpson level of voice. It's your turn. It's a narration line.
think. Okay, no, yeah, it's still dialogue.
Yeah, but after it's oblivious to any potential danger.
Oh, oblivious to any potential danger, Miles turns to his father.
Can I do some exploring? Absolutely not. I won't go far. Come on, Dad, please. Not to be the incessant voice of reason, Paul, but we've got a meeting in less than 24 hours.
Paul nods and his head. Paul nods and his head. This is the way they wrote this is messing up my vocabulary because it's not. It says Paul nods and his head and turns to the pilot. So Paul nods his head and turns to the pilot.
Look, Tom, why don't you call the authorities?
He tosses Udesky his satellite phone.
Have them fly us out of this mess.
But at this, a somber Grant speaks up for the first time in the scene.
If Tom says he can't get us off the island, then I say we do it as fast as possible.
Paul studies him. He's not used to being challenged.
The man's got a point, Mr. Ruby. Some of those lizards look awfully big. I just need a few minutes to get her going.
Udesky nods towards the meadow.
Drag those trunks out of the way, and we should have plenty of room for takeoff.
Paul relents, nodding his head.
I guess I'm outvoted.
The group heads towards the meadow. As Miles strides forward, Susan catches up to him. She walks beside him for a few moments before speaking.
Are you mad at me?
Miles doesn't look at her.
No. Are you sure? Yes.
Susan gently stops him, smiling.
I don't believe you, Miles.
Miles averts his eyes.
I'm not mad, 'cause I would be.
The boy looks at her.
If I saw what you saw between your father and me, I think I'd be mad too.
She looks at him with sympathy, but Miles hardens.
I didn't see anything.
And on that, he runs off.
Miles!
But Miles has already caught up with Cooper. Susan watches as the bodyguard places a friendly hand on the boy's shoulders. Exterior meadow. Alan Grant takes a moment to scan the surrounding trees. We get the sense he's even more nervous than he's letting on. Stepping up beside him, Billy excitedly considers the view.
Well, I finally got my chance to see the island. Let's hope you live to tell about it.
And on that, Grant moves toward a large tree limb lying in the tall grass. Billy considers his words, then helps Grant drag the limb. Interior plane, minutes later. Udesky begins running up the turboprops engine, checking its instrument gauges. As he does so, he takes a moment to see if anyone is watching, then superstitiously slips into one of the aircraft's parachutes. Exterior meadow. The group struggles with a heavy trunk.
1, 2, 3!
And with one mighty heave, the trunk is moved one step closer to the side of the meadow. Susan looks down at her filthy clothes.
God, I hate the country.
And just then, the roar of some ferocious creature reverberates through the jungle. Silence. The group is momentarily frozen. We focus on the tense face of Alan Grant.
Time to go.
Yet another roar, and the others drop the trunk and run for the aircraft. Interior plane. Oh, I'm getting rated.
Again?
Pause, please.
Alright, I'll go on BRB. big.
Plane. Up in the cockpit, Udesky's got the engines running, taxiing out of the grove and onto the meadow. Udesky opens the throttle, and the plane is off and running. As the turboprop picks up speed, the passengers silently await takeoff. Grant peers nervously out of the meadow. Up in the cockpit, Udesky licks his lips and pushes the plane even faster, glancing at the speedometer. And just as the craft nears takeoff velocity, a scattered herd of herbivores stampede onto the meadow. Udesky deftly avoids collisions. In the cabin, the passengers anxiously eye the passing dinosaurs. Up in the cockpit, Udesky gives it full throttle in an effort to get off the ground. And as just the plane lifts off, a colossal beast charges out of the jungle, chasing the plant eaters.
Sweet mother of God.
The giant predator is directly in the path of the plane. Udesky pulls back on the stick. The plane rises, but the left prop clips the flank of the enormous dinosaur. Blood sprays the windscreen and side windows. Exterior plane. The turboprop banks into the jungle, out of control, wallowing through the air. Interior plane. The passengers are pummeled violently as the aircraft crashes into the trees, tearing off wing and tail pieces, and finally, coming to rest in a canopy of heavy branches, the plane settles in a tree, nose high. Silence. The passengers slowly recover from the crash positions and have a look around. Foliage blocks most windows, making it impossible for the passengers to see where they are. Udesky tries hard to be the voice of calm.
Is everyone alright?
Susan is breathing heavily, on the verge of panic.
Delightful. We've crashed more in one afternoon than most people have in a lifetime. Just sit tight, and I'll find us a way out of here.
He unbuckles his seatbelt, crosses to the jam side door, and shoves. It opens a few inches, then hits a branch. Grant lets out a quiet gasp as the ground reels 30 feet below. Then, the plane lurches, slammed by some unseen force.
What was that?
And some very large dinosaur lets out a deep, attenuated growl. Passengers are paralyzed with fear. Susan trembles uncontrollably. Graham buckles himself back into a seat. Suddenly, the plane is yanked from side to side, battered this way and that. Terrified passengers tightly grip their seats, till finally the horrible sound of wrenching metal and the nose of the plane is ripped right off. Susan cries out. In the cockpit, Udesky and Cooper are suddenly sitting in open air. The entire fuselage is now tilting downwards. Cinching their seatbelts tighter, the passengers are hanging almost vertical in their seats. Debris spills out of the open end of the plane and drops toward the jungle floor. Cooper unbuckles his seatbelt and scrambles back up into the cabin. Udesky follows closely behind him, but as he struggles to climb up the steeply inclined fuselage, the ripcord of his parachute snags on something. The chute spills out of the pack, cascades down the floor of the plane, and then suddenly goes taut. Udesky feels a yank. Terrified, he realizes that the animal is pulling him out. Udesky frantically tries to get out of the chute harness, but with a tremendous strain, the buckles won't unclip. The other passengers reach for him.
Tom!
Hack!
What?
Line!
No, it's you!
No, it's you!
I said Tom!
I didn't hear you.
I literally yelled out, Tom!
I think you must have peaked your mic and it cut it off.
God darn it.
Because I didn't hear nothing on my end. I was just sitting there waiting like, is he going to say something? Is he going to scream?
I
No?
literally
Okay, I'll
yelled
wait.
out Tom.
Yeah, I think you peaked your mic and it cut it out.
Maybe.
Oh,
My
man.
mic is very sensitive. It's literally a mic made for the Nintendo Switch 1.
Oh, that might be why there, pal.
It's cheap, and already the mic is probably half dead because my cat chew it.
After stream, I'll tell you some good cheap options that are like $20. They're pretty decent, have good quality.
Oh, cool.
As Hack said, Tom! But Udesky is already being pulled down the aisle. He desperately latches onto a chair, then watches in horror as the seat bolts are pulled right out of the floor. Okay, I'm just gonna say no, they were not. I've been a mechanic for over 10 years. I'm sorry, but bolts like that are not just gonna get ripped out because the dinosaur is not even hard. It's not even pulling on him hard. It's just kind of like yanking on him a bit. It's not gonna get pulled out from that. Unless this plane was made out of paper mache.
And even then, if it is Spinosaurus like in the final film, the actual animal that this animal is based on, the snout would be too thin to actually rip out chunks.
Yeah.
Like
ripping chunks out of a plane. Like, look, I get they made theme park monsters here, but damn.
yeah,
Oh
and
god, my accent came out there. I was channeling Udesky for a moment.
and like Spinosaurus usually use those to just catch fish on riverbanks. It wasn't like it was it an actual predator that would hunt down large animals? I don't think so. I think it would have been too. The snap would have been too weak for that.
Alright, here we go. In horror, as the seat bolts are pulled right out of the floor, and Udesky and the chair are yanked out of the open cockpit. Udesky falls to the ground. The chute billows down on top of him. He tries to scramble away, but the screaming pilot is pinned down by one heavy foot and pulled apart with dagger-like teeth.
Don't look.
But indeed, no one can turn away, and Miles is particularly shaken. In a desperate effort to escape, Grant turns toward the jammed rear door and tries to force it open. Paul comes over to help. Together they shove with all their might. Held shut by branches, the door doesn't budge. And to the horror of the passengers, the obscured creature now turns its attention back to the plane. The dinosaur jams the front of its snout into the fuselage and lunges for Miles in the first row. Miles yanks his legs back as the jaws snap shut. Behind Miles, Cooper reaches forward, unsnaps the boy's seatbelt, and hauls him into the next row back. The others unsnap their belts and crowd into the rear of the passenger compartment. The shift in weight sends the fuselage tipping backwards. It breaks free of the tree limbs and drops tail down toward the jungle floor. The fuselage slams on its tail, then topples onto its roof. The passengers are dazed by the impact, lying sprawled on the interior ceiling of the plane. Everyone is cut and bruised. Out of the open cockpit, they see two approaching feet. Miles leaps up to make a dash for the jungle.
Miles, no!
Grant jumps to his feet and grabs him in an instant, wrestling him back into the fuselage. A window near Miles fogs over with condensation. When it clears, Miles finds himself looking right into an enormous eye. The group hears a loud snort and the fuselage is suddenly nudged. Then, all hell breaks loose as the plane is slammed across the jungle clearing. The passengers are hammered against the walls of the plane, tumbled like socks in a dryer. Debris, seats, and luggage fly everywhere until the plane smashes into a tree. One gargantuan foot steps on the fuselage and flattens it like a paper tube. Inside, windows explode, raining glass over the passengers. Susan and Paul are almost crushed by the compressing walls, but Miles and Grant are trapped in the aft end.
Help! Make it stop.
Yeah.
Is that
And
one
Billy.
meme for the Spider-Man game? So yeah, he says help.
And Billy and the others pull them through the narrowing gap. Then a huge claw is jammed into a split in the skin of the fuselage and begins to slowly peel the plane open. Grant looks up in dread at the widening tear.
This way, let's go!
Grant leads the group out the open end of the cockpit into a mad dash for the jungle, and a tremendous roar sends them running even faster. Exterior jungle. With Grant in the lead and Billy taking up the rear, the group tears through the jungle. In the dense undergrowth behind, the unseen dinosaur bears down on them, mowing down young trees which topple all around the fleeing group. Grant leads the group right through a grove of heavier trees. The hidden dinosaur doesn't seem to be able to fit between the thick trunks. It roars at the retreating humans, searching desperately for a route after them. The group continues their relentless pace, trying to put as much distance as they can between themselves and the bellowing beast. Once the dinosaur is sufficiently behind them, they take a moment to catch their breath. Paul Roby looks like he's about to have a heart attack. Even Billy is gasping for air. And as a light rain begins to fall, Grant tries to reassure the others.
I think we lost them.
But when he pushes through some underbrush, the group stops dead in their tracks. Susan stifles a cry. Before them lies an immense sauropod, unmoving.
Don't worry. It's dead.
And just then, a full-grown bull Tyrannosaurus rises up on the far side of the carcass, feeding on the freshly killed sauropod. T-Rex now turns directly their way.
Okay, realistically, the T-Rex would not chase them.
No, it's already eating a pretty big meal. Like, predators don't just leap after every chunk of food that comes their way. If they're already eating a meal that's going to sustain them, they're not about to waste all the calories and like nutrients they got from that meal on an unnecessary chase.
Yeah, it's like that one scene in Kong Skull Island where the Skull Crawler literally has Kong pinned down, nearly dead, and could eat him, but instead, you know what, I'm gonna chase the tiny humans. Like, this is just not realistic. But anyways, Susan, this is not happening.
And Grant freezes.
No one move a muscle.
Then the group freezes for 2 seconds, then takes off. Tyrannosaurus roars, and Grant races after the others. T-Rex is right behind. Charging back the way they came, once again the group stops in their tracks. From the other direction, Spinosaurus
You want me to pronounce that for you?
Yes, please.
Aegypticus.
Aegypticus bars their way, okay? It's not barging their way, it's not pushing past them, it's barring their way, it's stopping them. Bars their way in all its terrifying glory. Over 40 feet long and 25 feet high, the dinosaur has a bony sail that line its back. Its head is crocodilian with rows of long curved teeth. Sinewy 6-foot arms terminate in 3-fingered hands with 14-inch claws. And before the companions have time to react, the two titans catch sight of one another. Coming to an abrupt halt, the dinosaurs look more surprised than anyone. And their roars are thunderous. The group scatters into the brush as the two behemoth predators stagger forward. Paul and Billy scramble in one direction, Cooper, Miles, and Susan in the other. Grant's foot, however, gets stuck between two branches. He manages to free himself as the two dinosaurs approach. That is so, like, bad writing in a movie, because it's like, how do you not notice your foot getting stuck once it happens? Like, yeah, Grant, pay attention.
Yeah, in the movie, he's like stuck between two trees. Like a hot dog wiener. That's just the best way I can describe it.
I could have thought of many ways to describe that situation. Stuck like a hot dog wiener was not any of them, but
yeah,
damn, is it brilliant.
Yeah, there's like two sides of the bun, but in this case, it's like two trees. Where were we? I don't remember.
I'll find it. It's still narration.
Oh, Grant's foot.
Yeah. Grant's foot, however, gets stuck between two branches. He manages to free himself as the two dinosaurs approach. Grant dives down between two fallen trunks as Spinosaurus and T-Rex circle one another like two great wrestlers, each one searching for weaknesses. Lying flat on his back, Grant lets out a scream as the giant foot of the Spinosaurus lands across the two trunks, mere
Yeah,
inches above his face.
that's what I was talking about. He's like between trucks. He's like ah.
Hmm. And Spinosaurus lunges forward, powerful jaws open wide, but T-Rex sidesteps the assault. As it spins out of the way, its tail knocks down a number of small trees. Billy and Paul are sent scurrying for cover. Between the fallen trunks, Grant is attempting to get away on his hands and knees. And now, T-Rex presses the attack, slamming its tail into the flank of his adversary. Spinosaurus is knocked back. Grant is again forced to duck for cover. And as the Spinosaurus struggles to regain its balance, T-Rex dives forward. Spinosaurus is driven backwards, with T-Rex trying to grip its throat. And Cooper yanks Miles out of their path, with Susan right beside them. They scramble over to Paul and Billy. Now on its side, Spinosaurus fights back ferociously. It slashes at the T-Rex with its long arms and razor-sharp claws, then finally kicks the animal with its mammoth foot. That's pretty funny to describe a dinosaur's foot as mammoth.
You could have
Don't
said
you think?
Hulking foot. That would have made more sense.
Could have just said foot. Tyrannosaurus staggers back, wounded. Down below, Grant is drenched in blood pouring from the dinosaur as he slowly makes his way toward the group. And Spinosaurus lunges for T-Rex with gaping jaws, and as it does so, Spinosaurus manages to topple T-Rex off its feet and sending the flailing dinosaur to the ground. With an earth-shuddering crash, the dinosaur lands between Grant and the rest of the group. The companions scurry out of the way, but as they do so, the head of the T-Rex now lands almost directly on top of them. Plastered against an immense tree, the group watches in horror as the T-Rex starts to rise, but is then thrown back down as the Spinosaurus latches onto its throat. Spinosaurus crushes the life out of its adversary, and T-Rex opens and closes its jaws mere inches from our terrified friends. Finally, Grant reaches them.
Come on!
Spinosaurus lets out a victorious howl, and the paleontologist leads the group through the underground, securing their escape. Exterior, plane wreck, later.
Do you need
Susan
to take
walks-
a break from narrating?
Oh, I'm fine, but if you want to swap, it's okay.
I'd like to swap.
Okay.
And fun fact about the filming of this movie: they filmed the animatronics like battling it off, but what happened is the hydraulics in the Spinosaurus arms was stronger than expected, so it decapitated the T-Rex animatronic.
I mean, I'm surprised they even attempted it with I'm currently getting another raid. Quick pause.
Yeah, I'm gonna explain to my audience. So essentially, they were they were trying multiple versions. There was one with puppets, there was one with animatronics, but there's also gonna mix it with CGI. So they juxtaposed multiple versions in one take, which they had to unfortunately do only the CGI version because the animatronics were broken and the puppets didn't look right. So yeah, that was it. In the meantime, I'm gonna look up something.
Okay, I'm back.
Off. Oh. Oh, you're back?
Yep.
I was just gonna go because it's showing my browser, so I'm quickly doing a research,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm gonna put it back.
Mm-hmm. No worries.
I know I have it in my somewhere. Ah, there you go. No. Oh, it's still showing it. Oh well, never mind.
Mm-hmm.
It's still showing.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it was still showing me doing the research. I was just looking for a website where it's called Jurassic Field Guide,
Mm-hmm.
or you got. It's made by fans. It's not official, but essentially you put like a catalog of the species, the fauna, the flora, the islands. It's really cool. I suggest checking it out.
That's very okay. Yeah, definitely.
So, exterior plane wreck later. Susan walks through swampy water, scanning the wreckage. She doesn't look at all well. Okay, what does that mean? Finally, she spots what she's looking for. Groping through the swamp, she pulls out her laptop computer case. That's what you were looking for, Susan? Really? Susan is completely demoralized. As she slowly lowers her computer, suddenly she sees something else. Her face pales, and her eyes fill with tears. Not far off, Udesky's cowboy hat floats on swampy water. Oh yeah, that's right. In this version, he dies that way.
Mm-hmm.
In the final film, it's given to somebody else. A stunned Paul Ruby approaches the hat with measured steps and picks it up. The rest of the shell shock group looks on. They are all knee deep in the breeze. After a long moment of silence, Grant finally speaks.
Look, the important thing now is to keep moving. We should take anything we can. We should take anything we can carry.
Still reeling from Udesky's death, Paul turns to Grant in disbelief.
How can you talk about moving on?
All eyes on Paul. Grant carefully chooses words.
I'm truly sorry about your pilot, but I think the thing to do now is to get the rest of us safely off of this island. And where are we supposed to go?
Grant considers him, then slowly nods.
Okay, Mr. Roby, you're in charge. What do we do?
Paul gropes for an answer. Susan finds one.
We stay put. Wait by the crash site. For what? For rescue, as soon as they come searching for the plane. And who knows we're here? My corporate headquarters is expecting us in San Jose. We'll be waiting for a rescue that'll never arrive.
Paul studies him. The fact that Grant is right only makes him angrier.
The man's got a point, Mr. Roby. Okay, Cooper.
Is that just like a joke on like, okay, boomer? I don't know.
No, it's not. This is way before that became a thing. It's like it's more of like Cooper's like agreeing with Grant, and Paul, his boss, is basically giving him a signal to basically shut up. Like
Yeah,
with the way he
Cooper wisely
emphasizes the
shuts up.
okay. Yeah.
Grant nods his head.
Like I said, we should take anything we can carry. And Miss Bentworth?
Susan shoots him a look.
Lose the laptop.
Susan glances down at her soggy computer on the ground. As the not on the ground. As the group starts sifting through the wreckage. 10 minutes later, Billy is weighed down with rope and other supplies, finding his camera intact. He throws the case over his shoulder. As Grant gets his own pack in order, Billy sees an imprint of Spinosaurus' gigantic foot in the metal shell of the craft.
Was that what I think it was? Spinosaurus aegypticus. I don't remember it on Engine's list.
Grant turns to him with troubled expression.
That's because Engine never put it on their list.
And as Billy ponders his words, Paul Roby approaches. His voice is now calm, but his eyes still betray a quiet rage.
That beast, whatever scientific name you give it, doesn't belong in this world. When you need the funds to have it shot and killed, Doctor, I'm your man.
On that, Paul turns back toward the wreckage and continues sifting through the debris. As Grant watches him go, he finds himself looking at Miles for the first time since the attack. The poor child is scared out of his wits. His eyes are tearing and he can't stop trembling. Off to the side, Paul stops what he's doing and looks up. He watches as Grant awkwardly approaches his son. Though it doesn't come easily for him, Grant puts a gentle hand on Miles' shoulder.
Do you know how many paleontologists would kill to be in your shoes?
Miles can't help but smile.
You've just seen more in one morning than they'll see in a lifetime.
Miles nods his head, musters his courage, and starts forward with Grant by his side. Paul silently watches the exchange. Interior hearing room, Costa Rica. Oh, that wasn't even the film. Oh. The clock overhead reads 3:25. I'm guessing PM.
Most likely, because that's what they were discussing earlier, is that the meeting for sovereignty over Isla Sorna was going to be at 3 the next day.
Yeah. Harlan Finch, surrounded by various aides, sits at the long table and glances nervously at the clock.
The attacks have occurred as far north as Baja and as far south as Pan Am. And how do you know they're related?
Standing before a display board, Simone Garcia is giving a presentation to a 5-member committee, men and women seated on the raised platform. The committee head is Carlos Lopez. Also, isn't it Panama? I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, I don't know why I said, I don't know.
Is it Panama a brand of bag?
I don't think so.
Hold on. Let
know.
me Google that. Panam. No, it's a brand of airline.
Panama, though. You're right. I should have said Panama.
And in this case, a cyberpunk character.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh no, I don't play cyberpunk.
Yeah, it's a good game. You should give it a try.
Yeah.
All right. The wounds were strikingly similar. At first, we thought it was a mountain lion. Then we found this.
Simone turns to the next photograph on the display board.
And what's that? A mountain lion?
The committee considers the unidentifiable mauled corpse.
That's the top of your food chain.
Finch hears the door opening and glances across the room. Doug Park steps inside and looks his way. Interior hallway. An anxious Finch enters the hallway and approaches Parks.
He's not in Utah.
Finch shakes his head.
I should have hauled him down here when I had the chance.
Finch considers his options. They aren't good.
I'll drag this out as long as I can. You find Grant.
Yeah, well, they can't find him. Exterior
He's
edge.
in the worst place on Earth.
Yeah, he's like literally in the equivalent of hell on Earth in this universe. One juvenile Brachiosaurus, about the size of a small horse, lies on its back, motionless. Then the second Brachiosaurus lunges at the first, and the two play with one another like a couple of pups. Off to the side, Alan Grant gazes at the two creatures with wonder as the rest of the group slows to halt beside him. Miles beams. Paul is horrified. Grant and Billy exchange an excited glance and move toward the action. Miles watches them go and then starts to follow.
Not another step, sport.
But Miles will hear none of it. He glances at his father and runs up to Dr. Grant's side. Frightened and angry, Paul starts for his son.
Miles.
But even Susan is mesmerized by the sight. She instinctively reaches out to Paul, gently restraining him.
Let him.
Paul considers her for a moment, then looks back at his son. Billy, Grant, and Miles are stepping carefully towards the animals. Grant drills Miles like a patient teacher.
Species? Brachiosaurus, herbivore. Period. Late Jurassic. Territory? North America.
I will have to fact check that later. As they reach the frolicking dinosaurs, one scurries off in fear, the other curiously approaches the humans, gently lowering its head. Grant reaches forward and pats the dinosaur on the forehead. The animal bows further. Miles is hesitant.
You've got nothing to be afraid of.
Miles tentatively reaches out to the dinosaur and softly strokes its head. Yeah, I was right. Grant smiles, and Miles is in heaven. Paul watches from a safe distance. Only now it is the growing closeness between Miles and Grant, and not the dinosaur threat, that catches his attention. Susan smiles warmly, then walks forward to join the others.
Susan? Relax, Paul.
And Paul and Cooper are left watching from a distance. Back on Grant and Miles, only now the juvenile is becoming more playful and begins honking like a hungry duck. Miles chuckles. Billy smiles as he snaps pictures, and the delighted Susan approaches from behind. The group is so distracted that they don't see the head and neck of an immense dinosaur part of foliage behind them and float ponderously overhead.
If we're lucky, we may get a look at the mother.
And just then, an ear-shattering bellow pierces the air. Everyone practically jumps out of their skins as the giant head and long neck of the mother Brachiosaurus comes down from above. The mother lumbers majestically through the clearing, gently nudging her young forward. As the family continues peacefully on its way, they join up with the rest of their herd, spread out across a nearby plain. Okay, this is bullshit because if I was a mother Brachiosaurus seeing like this hairless monkey touch my kid, I would attack.
I mean, it has been noted that some species don't... Like, if it's obvious that their child is not in immediate danger, then you're probably not gonna, like, immediately start attacking, you know?
It depends really, because animals in the wild have known to be really territorial, and herbivores don't mean safe, so who knows?
Oh, no, not at all. Like, herbivores are even more dangerous than predators half the time, because a predator has to think about if it wants to actually go after you. A herbivore will just be like, fuck it, we ball.
Hippopotamus.
Dear God, those things are terrifying.
Yeah. Except the pygmies. They're pretty cute. Billy clicks away with his camera. As Miles, Grant, and Susan watch the family of dinosaurs move off, Grant glances over at a smiling Susan, more at ease than we've seen her so far. Susan catches him looking at her. Grant awkwardly smiles and turns away. From us to the side, Cooper and Paul watch them closely.
You better keep an eye on that one, Mr. Roby, or someone else will.
And indeed, Paul feels very removed. Okay, what does that mean?
Very taken out of the situation.
Interior hearing room, Costa Rica. Finch sits at the table, flanked by Simone and his entourage. He and the committee are in heated debate.
The U.S. has the technology and the money to properly monitor the situation. Don't you mean the U.S. military? We will take no action that violates the will of the Costa Rican people. The destruction of the island and its habitat is a violation of our will. Those are last resort measures.
And the frustrated Finch turns to the minister.
Minister Lopez, we're not talking about killer bees here. If dinosaurs are breeding in your jungles, this is not a Costa problem. It is a world problem. Now, if need be, we can get UN sanction to take Isla Sorna by force.
But at this, Minister Lopez cannot contain himself. He speaks with quiet conviction. This reminds me of the book where, in, not its sequel, but, the first Jurassic Park book, where they straight up napalm the island at the end.
I do not blame them.
It's a good read.
Mr. Finch, the Costa Rican people fought very hard for their independence. You Americans might consider yourselves the police force of the world. Forgive us if we take a different view. Engine's Jurassic Park is only the latest in over a century of degradation by American corporations in our hemisphere. Well, Costa Rica has drawn the line. Our land is our most valued asset. We have an environmental policy that is still unmatched by your own country, and Isla Sorna is our own sovereign territory. So threaten us if you'd like, but we won't give up 1 inch of ground on the sort of circumstantial evidence you've presented today.
Ooh. And as the other committee members not in agreement, Doug Parks enters the room and approaches a wary Finch.
This hearing is adjourned.
As Parks whispers in his ear, Finch's face pales.
Minister Lopez?
And the departing committee members turn back to Finch.
Is there something more? Some villagers near Santa Elena just captured a dinosaur.
Oh!
This is very different. Dinosaurs are actually getting onto the mainland at this point.
Yeah.
Which they weren't really doing in the actual thing.
I'm honestly thinking it may be the pteranodons.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're not dinosaurs, but they since they can fly, they can get wherever they want. Essentially. And then there's in the books, some of them were just getting off by boat.
Mm-hmm.
Like raptors and compies.
Yeah.
You want to do the switcheroo?
Yeah, we can do the switch. Mm-hmm. Excuse me. Oof. Yeah, that dinner, give me a bit of gas. Sorry. I've been suppressing every burp and yawn I have had because I'm I just got off work and then ate dinner and now I'm all cozy, comfy, tired. Now I'm reading, even more relaxed.
I totally get it.
Exterior. Quack, quack. Yeah.
You good?
I'm good. I started chat for a second.
Do we have a duck in the audience?
Apparently we do, actually. Exterior jungle clearing, Isla Sorna. A battered digital video camera lies on the ground. The group watches as Grant picks up the camera and tries the power button. No response. Up ahead, Billy pushes into a clearing. The others follow. Billy is gazing up at the vast canopy of an enormous tree. Caught in its branches is a parasail.
Grant to Billy. Can you fly one of those? As long as the sail's not torn.
Grant nods.
If we spot a plane, it might be a good way to attract attention.
Grant and Billy begin pulling the parasail out of the tree. As they do so, the sail gets caught on a branch. Billy and Grant pull harder on the parasail. The branch bends, but the sail won't come loose. The two men pull even harder, and the branch bends even further until snap! The branch breaks, the parasail falls away, and a skeleton comes flying directly into Susan's arms.
Also, like in the movie.
Yeah, except in the movie it was someone else, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like her boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
That
Susan screams in terror, but as she struggles to get away, she tangles the lines of the parasail. The more she struggles, the more tangled she becomes, till the skeleton is wrapped tightly around her. Finally, the others are able to pull her away. As they turn back to the parasail to get their first good glimpse of the remains of a human skeleton still caught in a harness. Susan cringes, averting her eyes. Miles can't stop looking. The arms and legs have been separated from the torso, and indeed the ground is littered with bones. Moments later, Billy is stuffing the folded parasail into its pack and slipping it across his shoulders. Billy is carrying a ton of crap by this point in the movie. Like, he not only has the supplies from the plane and his camera, and now he's carrying a freaking parasail.
And then later, he picks up the raptor eggs.
This dumbass.
He's got
Him.
video game inventory.
Basically. Cooper picks up a torn camera bag. Inside, he finds a cracked lens and a spare battery. He tosses the battery to Grant. Grant considers it for a moment, then turns to the group. Susan knows what he's thinking and shakes her head.
I'll catch this one on video, thanks.
As she backs away, Paul turns to his son.
Miles, will you go with Mrs. Brennerworth? Come on. Miles.
The boy looks to Grant, then reluctantly nods. He heads over towards Susan. Grant turns to the others. Cooper's sweating bullets.
We don't have to do this.
A moment of decision, then Cooper speaks for everyone.
If we're looking to end up dino meat, Doc, then I just as soon know what we're up against.
And Grant nods his head. Seconds later, on the viewing screen, we are moving through thick jungle and listening to heavy breathing of Jeannie. Our camera holder, branches and leaves brush past.
Where are you? Over here!
Pushing quickly forward, the dense foliage parts before us to reveal a small clearing. Jeannie bursts out laughing.
Nice landing, Hotshot. Very funny. Just help me down from here.
And the camera tilts up with the trunk of a large tree to find Rick, hanging from his snagged parasail. We recognize him from the start of our journey. That's like the first. That feels like so fourth wall breaking. Like there's an actual narrator in the movie. We're not just watching this. It's like, you remember him, right? From the start of the movie. You were there.
Reminds me of a lot of those pitch reading videos. Have you watched those?
A few.
Where it's like, he's the guy from the beginning of the movie. Yes, he is.
Don't you remember? You were there too.
Oh, no, that meme from Cars. Oh my god.
Domain expansion. You were there too.
That one, that specific meme makes me laugh because I keep saying those were like, it's them in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Did that tree just speak Vietnamese?
It's the Lorax, don't worry. Back on jungle clearing. Off to the side, Susan looks. Okay, there we go. I lost my place for a second. Susan looks on as the others watch the video. Though she's not sure she wants to see it, her curiosity gets the better of her. She glances at Miles, throwing pebbles on a log, then heads towards the others, peering over their shoulders. On screen, the camera is now scanning the surrounding jungle.
I know I heard something.
At first, all is quiet. Then a rustling. The camera pans toward the sound, but we see only the movement of a branch. Then another rustle from a completely different direction. And now the camera pans in that direction. What ensues is a series of rustling, snarls, and hisses as Jeannie searches frantically for the source of the sounds. And as the camera bounces this way and that,
Oh my god. What?
Jeannie spins towards her partner, his eyes fixed on some horrifying sight.
Look out! Genie! Look out!
And as Jeannie starts to turn, she cries out as the camera. It lands with its lens angled up at the suspended, screaming Rick. As an ominous shape steps in front of the camera, obscuring our view, the picture suddenly cuts out. Back on jungle clearing. As Rick's screams comes to an abrupt halt, we look up at his gaping, silent skull, swaying silently.
I'm guessing it was raptors.
Ah, yeah, I'm thinking raptors too.
Paul, where's Miles?
Paul turns to Susan. She glances around nervously, and in fact, the boy is nowhere to be found.
I don't know, I just left him for a minute.
Paul looks around in a growing panic.
Miles!
No response.
Miles! Miles?
But still, there's no reply. Then a nearby cry.
I'm over here!
Paul breathes an enormous sigh of relief, and Grant races off in the direction of the boy's voice, followed by the others. Exterior, enclosed jungle space. Take a sip of water real quick. In a dark, enclosed space, a crouching Miles is looking down at us, focused on something we can't yet see. The enthralled boy mutters to himself.
Awesome.
But as Miles eagerly reaches forward, a hand grabs him firmly by the wrist. Follow the arm to find a transfixed Alan Grant crouching beside him.
Don't touch anything.
A concerned Paul Roby races to his side, followed by the others. They are all peering down at us.
Why not?
And Grant whispers one word and one word only.
Raptor.
Pull out to reveal a nest filled with 30 to 40 dinosaur eggs laid in a spiral. And as Billy and Grant share a look of concern, the distant cry of a large herbivore rises amidst a faint chorus of snarls. Exit further up the trail. Alan Grant smashes relentlessly through the undergrowth in an effort to put as much distance between themselves and the nest as possible. The trail is rising steeply, and the group is starting to feel the effort, particularly Cooper.
If those dinosaurs don't kill me, this death march will, Doc.
Furious over his son's disappearance, Paul vents his anger.
You will not take another step without my permission, is that clear?
Miles marches silently beside him.
It's not just you, Miles. When you run off like that, you put the entire group in danger.
As Paul's words find their mark, Susan attempts to calm him.
Paul, it's my fault. I shouldn't have left him wander. No, you shouldn't have.
Susan is caught off guard by his response.
And now I can take it from here.
Susan stifles her anger, and as the two study one another,
What's taking Billy?
coming to an abrupt halt, everyone turns to Grant, peering into the undergrowth behind them. Following his gaze, they find that jungle has grown strangely quiet, then a rustling in the leaves. Grant licks his lips, tense. Cooper nervously ships.
What is it?
And Miles calls out timidly.
Billy?
The rustling gets louder and closer. The group peers anxiously into the jungle. And finally, Billy crashes through the brush.
What happened? I want to get some shots of the nest. Bullshit.
After worrying over Billy's safety, Grant is now furious.
What? Alan, it's no big. Listen to me. I've seen what these animals can do.
Billy considers him. He's never seen Grant this upset.
Alright, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset anyone.
Grant studies him for another moment, then finally seems to calm. Feeling a bit awkward by his show of emotion, Grant now nods his head and smiles slightly.
I've taught you everything I know, Billy. You're too valuable to lose.
Billy returns the nod, moved by his teacher's concern. Paul Roby watches the exchange, then turns to Miles. Indeed, it's as if Grant uttered the words that Paul was unable to communicate to his son. Miles considers his father, then looks away.
Hey guys, take a look at this.
Exterior ridge. A jungle valley stretches before us. In the distance, a vast compound made up of several buildings. One building alone seemed to cover several acres. Cooper and the group look out at the complex. Grant himself nods his head and sighs in relief.
Oh boy, what is it?
Okay, Mickey.
As far as I'm concerned, it's the Four Seasons.
And without waiting a moment longer, Grant continues over the rise and descends into the valley.
Can we do the switcher? I want to read this one. Okay. Exterior compound. The group emerges from the jungle and enters the compound. They are walking through an overgrown parking lot littered with abandoned vehicles. Grant and the others eye the vehicles with trepidation. Some are lying on their side, others are overturned completely. There is something unsettling about the damage. A troubled Grant peers through a windshield, partially caved in like some giant head butted the glass. The group finally approaches the front door of an enormous building. We take a moment to look up at the immense building. As they do, we see something in distance behind. Cat-like movement along the ridge where our companions once stood. Ooh. Then the movement disappears as quickly as it appeared, and our companion entered the building. Interior lobby. Groups find themselves in sparse corporate lobby. There is something disconcerting about being in this once luxurious setting. Sitting on a large bare desk is an official-looking phone. Everyone's thinking the same thing, but no one wants to embarrass themselves. Finally, Susan relents.
Ah, what the hell?
Approaching the phone, Susan puts the receiver to her ear. The line is dead, of course.
I mean, yeah, you gotta try.
And somehow the phones in Jurassic World Rebirth worked. At least in the deleted scene. Approaching the phone, Susan puts the receiver, the line is dead. Across the room, Billy stops before a wall. Corded with ivy between the leaves. He sees an N painted on the wall. Putting aside the ivy, Billy uncovers a compass rose. Billy looks up at the wall, then grabs one of the vines. As he pulls the ivy, he finds that it's connected to another vine and another as the others gather behind him, Billy pulls ivy from the wall to reveal an aerial photograph of the island displayed on the wall. Susan points to an impressive network of buildings.
That must be where we are now.
And suddenly Grant's face lights up with an idea. He begins frantically putting more ivy off the wall.
What is it? For a facility this size, there had to be some place to dock supply ships.
The implications of Grant's words sink in, and soon the entire group is pulling ivy off of the photograph. After a few moments, Susan nearly leaps for joy.
A river!
And in an instant, Grant and Susan are tearing away ivy, following the river toward the ocean. When Grant locates the mouth of the river, we see a network of docks and what could be a number of boats. Grant looks to Billy and smiles in satisfaction. Then, unseen by the group, a fleeting shadow passes across the lobby's dirty windows with terrifying speed. I need a sip of water for that one.
Mm-hmm. Take your time.
Oh boy. Whew. Okay. Interior corridor. A long hallway covered with vines. A couple of vending machines stand nearby. Paul rushes to one nearest him. He's already pulling out some change from his pocket.
Okay, I've got $1.75. Miles?
But as he poses the question, smash! Grant kicks in the next machine over and tosses some food to the others. Oh, in the final movie, it's Billy.
Hmm.
Paul holds back and kisses on vending machine. The glass refuses to break. Interior laboratory. Grant pushes through a set of doors and slows to a halt. The others sidle up beside him, standing on the landing. They are staggered by what's before them.
Whoa.
The group looks down on a cavernous hatching laboratory. The sheer size of this place dwarfs any of the facilities we've seen previously. As the group walks down a ramp, Cooper munches on candy bars, dropping wrappers as he goes. Reaching the factory floor, the group marvels as they pass an incredible array of biotechnology now defunct. Conveyor belts crisscross the room at different levels. Machines with intricate tubing and swing arms stand beside the belts.
It looks like an assembly line. It's a dinosaur factory.
And Billy is standing before an incredibly long list of dinosaurs. He stares at it with fascination.
But where did they ever think they'd keep them all?
And the group disperses through the giant laboratory. Susan is passing large cylinders tanks with half-formed embryonic figures floating in stagnant water. Experiments gone awry? Okay. Finally, she reaches a gigantic magnified raptor head floating in one of the tanks. Something about the specimen catches Susan's attention. She bends forward, getting close to the glass, and peers right into the eyes of this compelling creature. And then the actual raptor lunges at her from behind the tank. Susan screams, but the raptor can't get between the closely spaced tanks. Standing on its hind legs, the 7-foot dinosaur roars. This area is under construction. Okay. At this point in the story, we are in process of taking out the bike chase instead of dealing with an entire pack of raptors. The group is now confronted with only one. Okay, so this scene literally isn't there. Okay.
Yeah, so this scene.
Paul
Yeah.
and Billy attempt to scare off the raptor, throwing things at it, throws film miserably, and Susan
That's pretty funny that they left this in.
like, this area is under construction.
Yeah, it's like this is clear, like we're thinking about it, but they're talking about a bike chase, which is interesting considering Jurassic World.
Yeah.
With the bikes and the raptors.
Now I lost my page. Oh,
I mean, if this area is under construction, we'd skip from here.
Yeah, but I think there's still things in there.
Yeah, we can kind of like skim over it if we need to.
Scare off the raptor by throwing things at it. The throws fail miserably, and Susan is able to hit the raptor on her first try. Grant thinks she's lucky, but then she hits it again and again and again until the animal is finally driven off. Damn, Susan! They all look to her in surprise, and she makes a reference to 5 older brothers on her farm in Iowa. Okay? Grant reluctantly acknowledges that perhaps he underestimated her. Then they hear the lone raptor howling away. Its call is eventually picked up by another distant raptor and another, until an entire pack seems to be responding to the cry. Leave the building. Cross the same meadow that they crossed in the previous draft. Raptors, meanwhile, quickly blah blah blah. The speed is terrifying because the slow pace group is still confronted by a goalie that they have to enter in order to cross. And process Miles falls and is knocked unconscious. Okay. Raptors catch up with the group as they are attempting to scramble out of the goalie. Grant and Cooper are the last ones left. Cooper picks up a stick, defends the Raptors. Grant doesn't want to leave him, but Cooper insists that the doctor needs to get Miles. Safety, Grant tries to save him, but Cooper is killed by the Raptors as the group reaches the trees. Oh, so Cooper dies. Okay.
But does he die in this scene? Because, like, they said they were going to scrap this possibly.
It says it's under construction. Essentially, this is a part where they scrap some stuff, but they're still building it, but this is essentially what they want to do.
Mm-hmm. Currently getting a raid. Quick pause.
Alright.
Sorry. I know it's an exciting part too, but I'll be back in a moment.
It's cool, I'll go in BRB. Okay, we're back, folks. We're back. Okay. So yeah, we can switch. I don't mind.
Yeah. Figured you just read a ton. You just read a lot.
Yeah, in like a row, I was like, okay, so this happens, then this happens, then this happens, and this happens.
And this happens. There's so much happening in that scene. It's crazy. Okay. Carefully handing off Miles from one to the other, the group climbs very high until reaching a network of interweaving branches. The raptors cluster around the base of the trees and watch the humans in the branches above. Grant carefully sets down Miles on a wide branch. The group gathers around. A worried Paul looks on as Grant pats the boy's hand.
Miles, can you hear me?
Miles starts to stir, just a bit.
That's it.
Gradually, the groggy boy opens his eyes and looks around. The companions are all very much relieved. Paul smiles.
What happened? We're safe. Everything's going to be alright. Where's Cooper?
Everyone turns to Paul, waiting for him to answer, but Roby falters at the question.
When Cooper took this job, Miles, he knew there'd be risk. He didn't make it.
Paul sadly considers him.
No.
Dude, your kid's like best friend and bodyguard just died. Show some damn sympathy.
Pretty
Show
much.
some tact, man.
Then just tell me.
And on that, the boy turns over on his side and stares off into space. Paul nods his head and awkwardly pats his son on the back. Minutes later, as Paul and Susan sit with Miles, Grant takes Billy aside for a private chat.
Listen, Billy, for some reason, I don't make it off this island. What are you talking about? If something were to happen to me, nothing's going to happen. But if it does, Billy, I want you to promise me something.
Billy nods, waiting for him to continue.
I want you to come back here and build that station. I want you to finish the work we started.
Billy chuckles uncomfortably.
Without you, I don't know if I'm ready for that.
But Grant is adamant.
You're ready.
Billy nervously considers him and then nods.
All right, Alan.
Grant nods appreciatively, patting Billy on the shoulder. Billy and Grant turn to find Susan and Paul looking on. Everyone is dazed, exhausted, bloody, and ragged. But alive. Except for Cooper. And Udesky. And that couple we saw earlier. Grant looks down at the raptors below.
I only wish I knew what they were after. What do you mean? We're going to a lot of trouble for 5 scrawny mammals. They didn't so much as glance at those HACKERSAURUS. Maybe they developed a taste for human flesh. Maybe that's why they're escaping to the mainland.
Paul turns to him in disbelief.
You mean to tell me that those monsters have actually gone off this island?
Grant ponders the question, then looks back at the raptors.
That's a healthy population, surrounded by food. I can't see any good reason why they'd want to go anywhere.
And as he says the words, a single raptor cries out.
I hope you're right. Shh!
The dinosaurs erupt in a chorus of howls, but eerier, almost otherworldly, and somehow sounding more intelligent. Grant listens intently. Exterior mountain village, Costa Rica. A daunting U.S. military column climbs up a narrow mountain road. We see personnel carriers and armored vehicles. In one trunk, the Costa Rican committee members ride in back. Up ahead, Harlan Finch rides in the back seat of a Jeep with Parks. Simone sits up front with the driver.
Apparently he's on the private plane of Paul Roby. The pilot filed a flight plan for San Jose. So track down Roby. We've been trying his satellite phone all day. They're 9 hours overdue.
And Finch considers his assistant as the column slows to a halt in the mountain village. Foot soldiers and armored vehicles fan out in different directions. Finch strides past the soldiers with Minister Lopez and comes to a halt. Parks, Simone, and the rest of the committee walk up beside them. Someone lets out a gasp. Others mutter in Spanish. All have gone quite pale.
Jesus.
Before them is a small village square. At its center, an enormous makeshift cage has been smashed to pieces. All around, huts have been severely damaged. Farm implements litter the street, and the gruesome remains of a number of dead villagers lie strewn about the square. The remains of some bitter fight. Back on the entourage, Minister gravely nods his head and then reluctantly turns to Finch.
Find the creature responsible for this massacre and resolve the issue by whatever means necessary.
Finch solemnly nods. Exterior treetops, Isla Sorna, night. The odd, haunting cry of a raptor. Paul rises from his sleep, listening. As he looks out into the night, he sees Alan Grant sitting on a distant branch. He makes his way towards the paleontologist. Susan rises to a sitting position and gazes after Paul. After a moment, she senses someone watching. Turning, she finds Miles, awake as well, staring straight at her.
Are you feeling alright?
Miles nods.
You had us all pretty worried.
An awkward moment between them. Then,
You're not bad on a dirt bike.
Susan smiles, a bit relieved.
Well, I had a lot of practice when I was your age. Maybe you could teach me. I'd like that. Do you ever go back
Susan is surprised by the question.
to Iowa?
Miles nods, and after a moment, Susan shakes her head.
Not for a very long time. Don't you miss it?
Susan thinks before answering.
There are moments when I miss it terribly. Then why not go there? I don't know. Maybe because that little girl is a very different person than I am today. Not so much that we'd like to go back to certain places in our lives. However special they might have been, sometimes it just isn't possible. We're constantly changing, Miles.
Susan's words seem to affect the boy. He stares out at the jungle.
If this wasn't a Jurassic Park film, I'd feel it was a line from a Spider-Man movie.
Definitely some superhero flick, definitely.
Because Miles Morales, the new Miles.
Oh, I hadn't even connected that yet. I wasn't even thinking Spider-Man. Like, until you mentioned, like, Spider-Man and Miles Morales.
Yeah. Can't wait for the next one. Comes out next year. The Spider-Verse one, I mean.
Yes.
Because the one with Tom comes out next week, I think. Maybe I don't want to change. We don't always have a choice. Maybe I'm not ready.
And as Susan studies him, she starts to realize that they're no longer talking about Iowa.
No one wants to make you do anything you're not ready for. If you think you get to him through me, you can forget it.
Susan is stung by his words.
Don't worry, Miles. He's still very much in love with your mother.
Miles is caught off guard by her response, seeing the sadness in her eyes. He almost regrets his words.
Damn!
Exterior. Yeah, I know, right? What a fucking rude-ass kid. Exterior, elsewhere in the trees. Grant listens intently to the subtleties of the raptor cry, almost a kind of song. First, one dinosaur picks it up, then a second, and a third. He taps out its tempo on a branch.
I'm guessing his mom's dead or something.
Yeah, I'm assuming, dead.
Because they would openly talk about cheating.
Well, no, I don't think that. It's either dead or divorced. In the movie, the kid's parents were divorced, but in this one, it clearly seems like his parents, with his mother being dead, and then Susan kind of taking the place of like awkward love interest, where in the movie the divorced couple get back together.
Yeah. Paul, I guess they haven't gone anywhere.
Grant turns to find that Paul Roby has joined him.
Strange as it may seem, I think they're waiting for us.
Another cry in the night. Paul shudders at the sound, but as he turns to Grant, he finds the paleontologist listening with a smile.
Tell me, Doctor, what is it about those creatures you and my son find so fascinating?
And indeed, for the first time on our journey, we have the sense that Paul is actually trying to understand Miles on his own terms. Grant considers the question.
Imagine being an historian, closing your eyes, and knowing that when you opened them, you'd be standing at Ball Run or Kitty Hawk or ancient Rome. That's what this place is for me. It's a time machine, however imperfect it might be.
Paul smiles at Grant's passion.
I still can't hear the beauty in those howls. They're bone chilling. A bone-chilling howl to you sounds entirely different to a velociraptor. In fact, they seem to be communicating in a more sophisticated manner than I ever thought possible. Are they really that intelligent? There are all kinds of intelligence. Thought evol- Thought or dough?
Thought.
Yeah, thought evolution could someday make these animals as smart as we are. Maybe they're already smarter.
A distant howl echoes through the jungle. Grant listens intently as other raptors pick up.
When a whale sings a song, the animal is giving information to other members of its group. Don't question one another the way we do. Don't keep information to themselves that they can use for their own advantage. They just experience the world. And this experience is then shared.
Grant turns to Paul.
If humans communicated with such openness, Mr. Roby, we might not spend years in the same house with another only to one day find that person a stranger.
Paul considers him, suspecting that Grant is referring to Miles. His friendly mood shifts.
If you're presuming to know what I'm going through with my son, look, it's none of my business.
Clearly, the paleontologist has got him thinking. Paul calms.
You have any children of your own, Grant?
Grant takes a moment before answering.
There was someone, a woman in my life. It didn't work out. I guess my students are my family. Well, he's been with me for years. I'm afraid it's not quite the same.
Grant nods his head, pensive.
Maybe the responsibility of bringing something into this world was more than I could shoulder.
And both men consider the words.
So something
Exterior.
So something clearly happened between him and Ellie Sattler.
Yeah, and this one at least gives okay, they're clearly implying that they had some maybe falling out of some kind,
Yeah.
Not they didn't give a reason for it, but at least we know that there was something.
There was and then you watch the current version of that movie and it's just like, oh yeah, they're not together.
Yeah, she hasn't even been a character in this yet.
I don't think she
Whereas
is.
I'm pretty
in
sure
this
she
version.
was in the third movie a little bit.
Yeah, she was. Like, she appears at the beginning of the first act.
Mm-hmm.
And then reappears at the third act because Alan calls Ellie over the phone to send people to rescue them.
Mm-hmm. Exterior. Police patrol boat off the coast of Costa Rica. A police patrol boat moves steadily through a still ocean, its lights shining across misty waters. On the boat is the Costa Rican police chief and some fellow officers. The police chief stands towards the bow of the boat, looking out as the spotlight scans across the fog. Then the spotlight falls across a wooden fishing boat. As the patrol boat approaches this ghostly ship, the officers search for signs of life.
Hola! ¿Está Angelina?
No response. And as the light of the patrol boat scans across the other boat, we get a fleeting glimpse of dark silhouettes gathered in the wheelhouse, quite possibly human. Exterior fishing boat. The police board the eerie craft and fan out, searching the vessel. We stay with the chief.
¿Está alguien?
No response. Then a cry from one of the officers.
Por aquí?
The police chief approaches the officer, standing before the wheelhouse. Peering inside, they find the entire fishing crew huddled together.
Pasa algo. La tenemos en la red ni yo ni la tribulación. No queremos nada que ver con él. I don't know what that
I wish my wife was here. She could translate. The chief glances towards the stern of the boat and nods.
Entonces, Sibulaya. Sibuloya?
Maybe at some point we'll need to put this through like a translator and see what it says. But I can kind of get what they're getting at least.
Mm-hmm.
The captain starts the engine and pulls a lever, setting a large winch in motion. The police chief and his officers move toward the stern as a thick chain is slowly reeled in. The winch creaks and groans from vast weight. The officers shift nervously when a large net finally surfaces. The chief's eyes widen at the sight before him. Caught in the net's webbing is some sort of mammoth, headless, decomposed carcass. But not a religious man. The chief crosses himself. Exterior.
Oh, this reminds me of like that one. I don't remember when it was, but it was like big news at the time that like Japanese fishermen found like some sort of weird carcass. Turns out it was something else. Want to switch?
Exterior. Yeah, we could switch.
Exterior treetops. Isla Sorna. Dawn. Up in the trees, the companions are asleep. Who focus on Paul, and suddenly hears the muffled ringing of a phone. Slowly, Paul opens his eyes. The others do the same. They are all sleepingly looking at one another, trying to make some sense of the sound. And recognition finally lights on Paul's face.
My phone!
Suddenly, Paul frantically searches his pockets as the others anxiously watch.
Where is it? I don't know. I don't have it on me. Could it have been in one of the packs? It's possible.
And in an instant, the group is staring through their packs, desperately trying to find the phone before it stops ringing.
When did you use it last? I don't remember. Think.
And Paul racks his memory.
The plane. I got a call on the plane, but in my coat pocket and...
Suddenly he stops, his face lightening with some awful realization. Finally, Susan can't hear the wait.
What? What?
All eyes on Paul.
I loaned it to Tom.
As the hideous implications of his words slowly sink in, a familiar roar rises from the jungle, and Spinosaurus crashes into the clearing below. They're fucked. Giant dinosaurs roars once more for good measure, then marches forward with thunderous footsteps. The terrified companion eyed the back fin of the predator as it passes through the trees below. Now Spinosaurus continues through the jungle. All the while we hear the ringing of Paul's cell phone, emanating from the innards of the beast. When the dinosaur finally disappears into the jungle, our companions are left considering the silence. Susan is the first to snap out of it.
Imagine the kind of roaming charges he's racking up. Well, at least he managed to scare off the raptors.
The companions follow his gaze, and indeed, there isn't a raptor in sight, looking off into the distance. Billy nods towards a bizarre structure poised on the edge of a deep canyon.
Find a way into that canyon, and we can follow the river to the ocean.
Excited, everyone begins to climb down, but the jungle is strangely quiet. Grant grows wary.
Wait.
The others stop, turning impatiently as Grant, the paleontologist, nervously scans the jungle.
I think your imagination is getting the better of you, Doctor. We can't go down there.
And Grant looks up at the intertwining branches overhead. Oof! Where's a sip? Exterior intertwining branches. Carefully moving from one branch to the next, the companions make their way forward. Susan, Paul, Miles lead the way. Close behind, Billy and Grant wait for the others to reach the next set of branches. Finding his own discomfort at being so high off the ground, Grant glances downwards, still no sign of any raptors. From here, Grant also gets a better view of the structure they could glimpse earlier, some kind of observation room. Its circular room is actually part of a much larger structure that spans the canyon. Heavily steel pylons and truss beams support a network of cables that disappear into a dense fog hundreds of feet below. One by one, Paul, Miles, and Susan maneuver into the next tree over. Then, as Billy starts forward, his camera case slips from his shoulder. Billy reaches out, but the case slips through his fingers. As it falls, however, the case's strap catches on a lower branch. Billy considers the camera case hanging just out of reach.
I'll get you one just like it when we get back. Not with those pictures in it.
And Billy reaches forward, stretching as the branch beneath him starts to bend.
Forget it. It's not worth it.
But Billy is agonizingly close to the strap of the case. One more stretch and he's got it in his grasp.
Then the branch beneath him snaps.
That was me.
Oh, sorry.
It's cool, it's cool.
I was getting invested.
Suddenly falling with
pulled
the
in.
branch. Billy frantically reaches out for support. Grant is there to catch him, hanging by one hand. Billy looks up at his teacher.
I've got you, Billy. You're not going anywhere.
But on that, Grant's own limb snaps beneath him, and both men drop to the ground. Exterior jungle floor. Billy and Grant land about 100 yards from the observation room. They both jump quickly to their feet, nervously looking around. All is quiet, and after a moment, Grant allows himself a cautious smile.
Well, I guess I was wrong.
Yeah, no shit. Then raptors appear out of nowhere, silently emerging from tall grass. The group stares amazed as the dinosaurs creep forward on all sides, nearly surrounding the two men. Grant picks up a stick in an effort to fend off the raptors, giving Billy a chance to escape.
I gotta give Grant some credit here. He is ready to fucking throw down with these raptors to give his student a chance to escape.
Yeah,
Give him
but
credit.
that stick ain't gonna do anything.
I mean, we don't know how big of a stick it is. I mean, it might buy him like a second. Go on, get out of here.
But Billy doesn't move. He glances up at Paul, Susan, and Miles, reaching down from the branches above, and then looks back at Grant. Indeed, the graduate student seems to be caught in some kind of agonizing decision.
Billy, move now!
Bailey looks over at the others, but as he turns once again to Grant, waiting to fend off the encroaching raptors, he can't quite bring himself to leave. Grant looks to his student with confusion. Billy studies him intensely, then deliberately hands Grant his camera case. It's what they're... That's you!
We're both getting sucked in. It's what they're after.
Grant is completely mystified. He hesitantly takes the case, then looks out at dinosaurs as realization slowly dawns on his face, opening the case. Grant delicately removes 2 pristine raptor eggs that Billy must have taken. Grant could be more stunned, but there are more pressing matters at hand. With the rest of the group intently watching, Grant steps forward, carefully places the eggs on the ground, and slowly backs up. The packs of dinosaurs consider the eggs, then slowly part to reveal the alpha male raptors stepping forward. The other raptors losing their heads slightly as the alpha male warily approaches Grant and the eggs. Grant lowers himself to a crouched position. In the gesture of submission, he turns to Billy.
Get down.
Billy lowers to his knees. From the nearby trees, Miles, Susan, and Paul look on helplessly. As the alpha male nears Grant, Dinosaur sniffs the eggs, then sniffs Grant himself. The paleontologist can't stop trembling, and one deliberate step at a time, the raptor circles him, as if still deciding what to do next. As Grant crouches with bowed head, suddenly his face lights with an idea. Carefully reaching into his pack, he pulls out the model resonating chamber we've seen before. Placing the instrument to his lips, Grant blows long and steady. Well, that sounds dirty. Only this time he adjusts the sound to mimic the raptors more closely. The familiar cry stops the alpha male in his tracks, and indeed the other raptors cock their heads. The alpha male takes a moment, perplexed. Just as he starts to move forward, Grant again blows into the case, sounding even more raptor-like. And again, Grant again blows into the cast, sounding even more raptor-like. And once again, the alpha male stops. The dinosaur sniffs Grant once more, and Grant blows into the cast yet again. This time, the alpha male mimics the call. Ooh, excuse me. Grant blows again, and the raptor again responds. And while Grant and the raptor play off one another, they gradually find themselves improvising a kind of duet. The rest of the group is mesmerized by the performance. As Grant the Alpha create a sort of melody, eventually another raptor picks up the song, then another, and another. Soon the entire pack is howling with Grant like a chorus of whales. The same song filters from one to the other, united the entire pack in a single entity. And as the alpha male considers Grant, the paleontologist lowers the cast. The two creatures see one another as the rest of the pack howls. Then the alpha male barks twice. Responding to his call, a female raptor slowly approaches, carefully picks up the eggs, and backs off. One last look at Grant, and the alpha male finally walks away. One by one, the other raptors take his cue and depart. Our relieved companions look after them with disbelief, and after a long moment of silence, Grant at last turns to Billy with eyes that stare straight into the student's soul as a moment as the two consider one another, then a wounded Grant starts past them.
I'm gonna wait a moment for you to take like a minute and breathe.
Jesus Christ, that was long.
Yeah, it was. I was tempted to ask if you wanted to swap halfway through.
I wouldn't have minded.
There was a lot to that scene.
Yeah. Or as like in the movie, it's like quick.
It's like a freaking snap, like maybe a scene that takes like what, 2 minutes?
2 minutes at the very end.
So they've definitely swapped some things around because we still have like 34 pages of script to go.
Yeah.
All right. Billy, I got guarantees.
Grant stops in his tracks confused.
Guarantees? Assurances?
Grant turns to Billy in utter disbelief.
What sort of assurances? That any specimens would be handled in a responsible manner, that this was for research purposes only.
Grant coughs, and even Billy doesn't believe his words.
What about the raptor skeleton? Did you get assurances for that one too, or just a good price?
Billy is momentarily speechless, guilt-ridden. Oh, he sold it!
Yeah, he sold the bones. And probably had them beat him up a little bit just to make it look convincing.
Yeah.
Those bones are everywhere. You said so yourself. We haven't dug up 1% of what's out there. The theft of a fossil, I can almost understand, barely. I might even be able to forgive it. But that you could take possibly living dinosaurs off of this island.
Grant barely shakes his head.
You know better than Hammond. Look, I don't want to hear one of your lectures. We're scientists, Billy. We're supposed to be better than them. Is this what I taught you?
Billy's coughs.
It always gets back to you, doesn't it? Well, spare me your self-righteous anger, Alan. I'm hardly in the mood.
Grant considers him for a moment, takes a deep breath, and slowly nods his head.
I'm not angry, Billy. I'm just profoundly disappointed.
Oof.
Mm-hmm. I'm not
And
mad, son. I'm just disappointed.
And Grant's words land heavily. Billy's eyes moisten. In an instant, all his anger vanishes, and he's a little boy again, seeking his teacher's approval.
Maybe you expected too much.
Grant's silence speaks volumes.
You can head out when we get back. I don't want to ever see you again.
Oh!
Oof.
Grant stalks off.
Oof.
Billy is left devastated by his words.
Oof. Alright, you want to swap?
Yes.
Okay. Interior, observation room. The observations room overlooks a canyon shrouded in fog. The group enters the room and approaches a spiral staircase that leads to a lower level. Billy lags behind. Stopping at the stairs, Grant and the others peer down the circular opening in the floor. They can't see much of anything, passing fog, maybe a bit of sunlight.
What was this place? Something Ingen didn't want on the map.
Exterior, River Canyon. Step by step, Grant is leading the group down a rusty spiral staircase below the observation room. The stairs end in a circular, lower room surrounded by broken windows. Glass crunches beneath their feet. They seem to be inside some bizarre structure, but the fog makes it impossible to see any great distance. As the group marvels at the oddity of the place, Grant leads them through a door and down a ramp to a landing on a lower level. Susan and Grant arrive ahead of the others. Another catwalk branches off from this landing, and a set of stairs continues down the canyon wall. Grant chooses the stairs, but as he starts his descent, the rusty staircase breaks beneath his feet. Grant reaches out and Susan steadies the paleontologist. As they watch the staircase vanish into the fog, after a few seconds of silence, they hear it crash far below. Grant doesn't look at all well. Susan sees it.
You okay?
And as Grant looks at her, he glances down to find that he is grasping her hand. There's an awkward moment as both of them consider this. With the rest of the group approaching, Grant quickly pulls back his hand. Paul studies the both of them, but we're not sure if he notices anything out of the ordinary. He then looks across the precarious catwalk that disappears into the mist.
Do you think it connects with the opposite wall? There's only one way to find out.
And on that, Grant steps onto the catwalk. His stomach turns at being so high up. Susan falls in behind him. As she does so, the catwalk creaks and groans, listing slightly. Susan freezes in mid-stride. Grant glances back.
We better do this one at a time.
And Grant carefully pushes his way forward, dissolving into the thick fog. The others listen to the creaking of the catwalk until it stops abruptly. Silence.
Dr. Grant?
Then, out of the fog,
I'm fine! Come on over! One at a time!
and Susan steps tentatively forward. Exterior, warehouse district, San Jose. An entourage of cars moves quickly through the urban streets. We recognize the dark sedan as the car that carried Harlan Finch at the beginning of our story. Exterior, River Canyon, East La Sorna. What was the point of that quick cut scene there, huh? It didn't do nothing. It didn't add nothing. It just showed him driving.
Like, knowing what happens in the final movie, I'm really thinking that it's gonna cut in between shots revealing that the animals that have been escaping are the pteranodon.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
Exterior, we'll see. Exterior, River Canyon, East La Sorna. Across the canyon, Grant has reached a lateral support and is having a look around. trying to get a sense of where they are, what purpose this structure might have served. Seeing that the support beams brace high, arched walls of steel mesh, Grant now confirms that the entire group is actually inside this vast construction. Susan emerges from the mist and turns back to the catwalk.
Okay, come on ahead.
Back on the catwalk, Miles is stepping out over the canyon, determined not to wimp out. He's like, I don't want to wimp out. I'm like, kid, you've been like in so many near-death scenarios in the past like couple of hours. You can chill out on being big macho man. On the landing, Billy and Paul look on as Miles disappears into the vapor. Paul mutters to himself.
That's it, Miles. Nice and easy.
Exterior, waterfront, San Jose. Same entourage of cars pull off to the side of the road and screeches to a halt. Doors fly open. Finch, Parks, and various assistants jump out of the cars and stride quickly toward an unassuming building. Exterior River Canyon, East La Sorna. Across the canyon, Grant moves down a steep staircase, followed by Susan. With his hand on the railing, Grant sends a white, hardened substance dropping into the mist. Oh. Looking up, Grant notices a large strut covered with the same substance overhead. Back on the catwalk, Miles is slowly groping his way forward. He feels a gust of wind and a heavy thud on the catwalk, which now sways beneath him. Regaining his balance, Miles peers forward, but the fog prevents him from seeing more than 15 feet in front of him. He calls out, timidly.
Susan?
Exterior waterfront, San Jose. Finch and Parks march down a long dock. Before them is a set of doors leading into an old warehouse. Finch and Parks burst through the doors to find interior dockside warehouse. Simone Garcia is standing behind the headless carcass that was hauled up in the fishing net. She looks up at Finch with satisfaction. Finch and Parks falter at the sight. Two lab assistants are stretching out the arms of this hideous creature further and further until they are spanning more than 30 feet across like giant wings. Exterior River Canyon, East La Sorna. Grant shakes his head in disbelief as a horrible realization dawns on his face.
Oh my god.
Susan steps up beside him, peering into the fog. And as the fog begins to thin, they see before them a huge steel gate, now gaping open.
What is it? A bird cage. So that's what I was
Then,
thinking was cutting it between in and off, revealing what had been
yeah, it was
escaping all this
revealing
time.
them the pteranodons, yeah.
Pteranodon.
Fuck yeah. Coming in to Pteranodon your day, yeah. Then, the sound of Miles screaming. Back on the catwalk, Miles watches as the looming shape emerges, a nightmarish vision stalking purposefully forward. A full-grown pteranodon, standing over 7 feet high, walks upright on clawed feet, his 30-foot wings folded bat-like at his sides. The creature sees Miles and fixes him with demonic glare. Turning on his heels, Miles runs back down the listing catwalk. The pteranodon rises to its feet, spreads its wings, and takes flight, heading directly towards Miles. On the landing, a frightened Paul charges onto the catwalk, searching in the fog for his son.
Miles!
And indeed, a mere 20 yards ahead, Miles races forward with all his might. But he's no match for this flying reptile. With a few effortless flaps, the giant creature catches up with Miles, opens its back claws, and plucks the terrified boy off the catwalk. Paul Roby watches in stunned, abject horror as the pteranodon emerges from the fog, sun in its claws. The reptile carries Miles directly over Paul's head.
Miles!
And as the pteranodon struggles upward with the boy's weight, helpless as Miles is carried high across the canyon. He then turns to Billy, standing nearby on the catwalk. Catching the tail of an idea, Paul Roby lunges for the pack on Billy's back. As a graduate student tries to hang on to the pack, a struggle ensues.
Please let me have it.
Billy shoves him off with some effort.
He's my son.
Paul is not to be stopped, and as he lunges once more at the student, Billy slugs him across the jaw. Paul drops to the catwalk, and just beyond the desperate father. Oh, I'm currently getting a raid. Cliffhanger!
It's
Ah!
always when we get invested.
I'll be right back. They always leave them wanting more.
Yeah. But what does a raid do? That's a question I want to know.
Well, a raid is when another streamer is ending their stream, so they raid out into another streamer's stream to share their community with them.
Oh.
I am currently getting another raid.
Oh my god.
Back to back. I'm not gonna deafen this time so you can hear what I do.
Yeah.
Bubble, welcome in, welcome in. It's good to see you. What is up? How's your stream? Hope you had a lot of fun. For those of you joining in with Bubble, my name is Nerd. I'm an undead night variety streamer. I love to play games, do all types of things, and make friends and hang out and just do all types of things. Tonight we're reading a canceled script from the Jurassic Park III movie. So this is a script that never made it to the final product. This was what they had before the final product. And it's been very interesting. It's very different. It's very cool. And it's been a lot of fun. I've been reading it with Hack here. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello.
I have been too interactive with chat tonight, but obviously during raids, I do try to greet y'all and welcome you in. So if I'll do my best to keep y'all entertained. So hope you all have had a absolute wonderful time with Bubble's stream. Let's get back to reading. Let's see. I was currently at the narration for. Yeah, here we go. Paul drops to the catwalk just beyond the desperate father. Grant materializes from the frog, rushing forward on the catwalk. He stops, staring directly at Billy, and as the two gravely consider one another, Billy deliberately clips two straps together around his waist. And Grant knows exactly what he's thinking.
Billy!
But Billy is now racing up the stairs that led to the observation room, securing straps as he goes. Grant rushes after him.
Billy, wait!
On the catwalk, Paul watches in dismay as another pteranodon flies past the walk. Grant, meanwhile, barrels toward Billy in the observation room. Billy has just reached another walkway that skirts the outside of the observatory. When Grant finally reaches this walkway, he spots Billy on the far side of the walk's railing and charges forward.
Billy!
Deaf to Grant's pleas, Billy leans forward, lets go of the railing, and drops towards the canyon below. Grant watches as Billy drops like a stone, lower and lower, until finally pulling the cord of his parasail. The chute blossoms like a flower. Not only does Billy stop his descent, he even manages to catch an updraft and is now rising up over the canyon. In the distance ahead, we see Miles still in the grip of the pteranodon's claws. The terrified boy looks down at the river far below. The wings of the reptile beat steadily overhead. The wind is fierce. Back to the lower catwalk, Paul rises to his feet. As he does so, he turns just in time to glimpse a pteranodon swooping right at him. Wham! Paul is knocked back over the railing. As he falls off the walk, he somehow manages to catch his support bar and is left hanging by his hands. Beneath his kicking feet, the clouds part to reveal the river far below.
Help!
Still on the opposite side of the aviary, Susan hears Paul's cry and rushes to the rescue. But as she bounds up a set of stairs, another pteranodon lunges through the steel mesh. Hanging onto the outside of the steel structure with its back claws, the reptile reaches for Susan with its long beak. She narrowly avoids its thrust until the animal finally clamps its beak on her waist. Susan cries out in pain, and the reptile fights to pull her through the steel mesh. And just as Susan is about to be dragged off, she pulls her car keys from her pocket and sprays the reptile's eyes with pepper spray. You had that on you! You had pepper spray the entire time.
He had that. Oh my god.
Look, I get it's like not a big can, but come on. You could have used that on some of the raptors.
You could have done that way earlier. Like, I don't know, when the plane crashed? You could have pepper sprayed the Spinosaurus eye.
I don't think they had the opportunity to because it didn't really look with its eyes into the plane outside of the glass.
Yeah, but
okay.
It did rip out someone out of it.
Yeah, but true. Alright, the pteranodon screeches in pain, lets go of the mesh, and flies off. Susan watches as the animal circles towards the open hatch and swoops into the aviary. On the far side of the canyon, the pteranodon carries Miles, takes the boy toward an outcropping of eroded spires of rock. The reptile swoops over one isolated outcropping and drops Miles into a gigantic nest, a large bowl of mud and branches the size of a satellite dish. Miles lands right on top of a human skeleton picked clean. We see the remains of a Hawaiian shirt. Before Miles has time to cry out, he looks up to find 6 pteranodon hatchlings with open, sharp-edged beaks. Miles picks up the human skull and whips it at the hatchlings. They duck the projectile and close in. Back on the catwalk, Grant races over to Paul, crouches down and pulls him toward safety. As Roby is being lifted up, however, he spots one of the pteranodons flying at them from below. And just as Grant brings Paul to the catwalk, this other pteranodon lands directly behind them. With the added weight, the precarious catwalk is now creaking, groaning, and listing terribly. In an effort to escape the reptile, Grant rolls in one direction and Paul dives in the other. Before Paul can get very far, he is dragged back by the giant beast. In a gallant effort to help Paul, Grant throws himself on the shoulders of the pteranodon and yanks back at the creature's head. The reptile releases Paul before it can vent its full fury on Grant. Snap! Cables break, and the entire catwalk flips over. Grant and the pteranodon are now able to hang onto the catwalk dangling over the canyon. Grant refuses to look down, tightly gripping the walk. Paul, however, can't quite hold on, and as he loses his grasp, he falls directly onto the hanging reptile, which now loses its own grip. And both pteranodon and Paul careen toward the river below. The reptile attempts to fly, but with Paul hanging on for dear life, the animal can't quite stay aloft. The pteranodon and Paul drop straight into the river. As the reptile flies off, underwater Paul manages to swim away. Back at the nest, Miles scrambles to avoid the hatchlings, jumping to another outcropping of rock. The reptiles merely fly over to join him. As the boy leaps to another outcropping, this time tumbles to the ground and rolls right off the edge. With the canyon reeling below, Miles is left clinging by his fingertips to the very edge of the outcropping. He struggles to pull himself up, but doesn't seem to have this strength. As the boy's fingers slip from the rocky edge, two of the hatchlings lock their toothy beaks onto Miles' arms and tug, determined not to let their breakfast escape. Miles actually grabs the beak of another hatchling. Using the animal for leverage, the boy quickly scrambles up the rock.
Oh, wow.
Miles is not having shit. He is like, you're gonna grab me with your beaks, I'm gonna fucking use you as a ladder. But it's out of the pan and into the fire. The hatchlings are all over him. Off in the distance, Billy slowly maneuvers his way towards the nest. Up on the catwalk, Grant is experiencing some version of his own worst nightmare. He's on his hands and knees, trembling. The entire structure groans beneath him. When he attempts to crawl towards Susan on the landing, a cable snaps and the walk shifts. As Grant looks to a concerned Susan, an enormous shadow crosses over her, glides along the catwalk, and stops directly over Grant himself. Grant peers up at a gigantic silhouette perched outside the steel mesh. His eyes widen and he shouts to Susan,
"Close the gate! Close the gate!"
Susan glances up at the figure overhead, staggers backwards, then bolts down the stairs. As the silhouette rises to its feet and stretches its wings, indeed, it eclipses the sun itself. Grant watches with dread as this mammoth creature takes flight. As the reptile passes another adult pteranodon flying inside the aviary, we see how this new apparition dwarfs any other pteranodons we've seen. Throwing caution to the wind, Grant now scrambles across the catwalk in a last-ditch effort to reach the landing. Back at the nest, Miles continues his desperate dash from one outcropping to the next, but the reptiles are right behind. Up above, Billy struggles to reach him in time.
Miles!
Back at the hatch, Susan fights to close the rusted gate in a frantic effort to keep out the latest pteranodon threat. Covered with dried guano, the damn thing won't budge. Grant races to help Susan with the gate. Their combined effort is finally enough to budge the giant door as the enormous pteranodon flies directly their way. As the gate's rusty wheels roll sluggishly forward, slowly gaining momentum. Above the nest, Billy closes in on a besieged Miles. The boy cries out as the hatchlings swarm at him, gripping his clothing with their sharp, curved claws.
Miles, up here!
Miles looks up to find Billy approaching from above. The parasail is a bit far out, but the boy doesn't have much option. He fights off the hatchlings and takes a running jump towards a distant outcropping of rock. With hatchlings flying at him from behind, Miles reaches the outcropping, leaps into the air, and Billy snatches him from the clutches of a hungry hatchling. At the hatch, Grant and Susan at last slide the giant gate shut in a resounding boom. But not before the mammoth pteranodon momentarily folds in its wings and glides into the aviary. Grant and Susan watch despondently as the giant pteranodon vanishes into the foggy canyon. Along the river, Paul also pauses to gape at this passing monstrosity. Over the canyon, Billy struggles to steer the parasail with the boy's added weight. Before long, the two find themselves surrounded by 4 circling pteranodons. An incredible aerial dogfight ensues as the pteranodons attack the parasailers. The first pteranodon shoots past, tearing out a piece of the parasail in its beak. Then another reptile flies past, its sharp claws ripping through the parasail. And as Billy tried desperately to get Miles and himself to safety, another pteranodon swoops in, biting right through a number of lines. The parasail drops alarmingly. Billy wrestles with the controls, but all that's left are useless. And as the circling pteranodons prepare for one final assault, the reptiles suddenly depart, disappearing into the fog. Billy and Miles don't quite believe their good fortune. Down by the river, Paul spots them safely flying out of the canyon, and grins widen. But as Miles looks down at the river below, he notices a second shadow, much bigger than theirs, coming up quickly from behind. Miles looks behind them and cries out in fear. Down by the river, Paul's overjoyed expression fades to horror. Climbing down a set of stairs to the canyon floor, Grant and Susan see it too, and suddenly 2 dreadful claws snatch the parasail, dragging it quickly forward. As Billy is yanked along with the sail, Miles loses his grip and drops 50 feet into the rushing river below. Overhead, Billy is dragged away by the mammoth pteranodon.
What
With
is
Miles
this
struggling
script
in the
with
river,
mammoth?
I don't know. They seem to be struggling for a word that means.
Yeah. Do you need a break from narrating? That was a lot.
I don't know, I feel like I'm on a roll, but you can go.
Okay, where were we?
Overhead, Billy is dragged away by the mammoth pteranodon.
Yeah. With Miles struggling in the river, we watch the immense reptile circle downward, heading toward the river below. And with Billy dangling behind, the pteranodon
Mhm.
flies right over the rushing river. Billy is dragged across the surface of the water. Somehow he manages to unbuckle himself. As Billy slows to a halt in the river, the giant reptile closes the empty parasail to the canyon below and circles around in a wild gliding turn. Downriver, Grant, Paul, and Susan barrel forward in a desperate effort to reach Miles, who is being quickly carried their way. Dashing through a shallower section of the river, Grant reaches the boy just before the others, and Miles rushes into his arms. Grant holds him tightly. After an incredible effort to free Miles, Paul now stands beside them like a third wheel. Though relieved for his son's safety, the pain father is also feeling very much left out.
Oh no.
Dude, you... you... You sure you want to be in the claws of those pteranodons, Paul? Are you sure?
I think he's
so.
talking about the relationship between Grant and his son, Miles.
Oh, okay, right. But it also feels like he's like, I want to be part of the pteranodon attack.
He was a part of it.
Yeah,
He
but
rode
like,
on one's back.
then that was a part I wasn't paying attention. Grant looks up the river and sees Billy heading their way. Then just overhead, the paleontologist sees the flock of pteranodons diving down at his student.
Billy, look out!
Billy glances behind him to see the pteranodon swooping down from above. He races forward, motioning for his companions to turn around.
Go on, get back!
But Billy is now knocked down by one of the pteranodons. He stumbles, fighting off the reptile. Grant rushes forward as Susan takes Miles down the river. Paul races after Grant. Up ahead, Billy cries out as the entire flock swarms around him, picking at him with their beaks and claws. Grant barrels forward, fighting against the current.
Billy!
Behind Grant, Paul struggles to catch up, and suddenly the flock of pteranodons scatter in all directions as the giant reptile, oh my god, returns to its catch. I said Grant reptile, oh my god.
Hey, I believe they mean mammoth reptile.
This astounding creature finishes off Billy with brutal efficiency. Okay, he dies in this one.
Yeah, he dies in the original version? What the fuck?
Yeah, because here's how I see it. One, they knew people were gonna be sad for Billy, so they're like, yeah, we can't let him die, folks. And two, they had no ending while filming, so it was kind of a... like, that final scene, you see, that was the last thing they basically shot.
Mm-hmm.
Because they did not have an ending for the movie, so that was... So it was probably like a last second decision that he was gonna survive.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. And Paul Ruby now reaches Grant. Realizing the futility of their situation, Paul attempts to hold him back. He takes great effort to stop the paleontologist from lunging after his student, whose blood is now staining the rushing water. But Grant can't take his eyes off of Billy, and finally the mammoth pteranodon. Stop saying mammoth!
What is with this damn script and the word mammoth?
Turns slowly their
Large,
way.
huge, gigantic,
Alpha!
massive, gigantor,
Gigantor.
big. There's so many other words y'all could use.
Humongous.
Oh my goodness. Getting another raid.
Oh, hello.
Oh, Marin, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? It's good to see you again. Hi. What's up? It's good to see you again. Hope you had fun. It was great. I'm glad. What were you up to? And if you need to, get some rest, get some food, get some water, need a raid and run, completely understand. Get that good stream aftercare. And for those of you who are joining me from All Marin's stream, I'm Nerd Knight, an undead night variety streamer. I play all types of games, do all types of things, love hanging out, making friends, and doing all whatever. If you want to stick around, feel free to. Today we're reading a canceled script from the original Jurassic Park III movie. And wow, is it very different from what they released in theaters. And it's been a lot of fun to read.
Yeah, because before filming, they essentially threw out the script that they had, and they were writing as they were filming!
And it is very obvious in the final product.
Yeah.
Dragon drawing and D&D. Ooh, dragon. I must see this.
Dragon
I will go
draw?
look back at drawing dragons, I'm guessing.
Oh, nice.
And D&D lore, which is I'm always a fan of. Yeah, it's so much different and oh god. I can see why they canked some of this script, but the rest of it I'm like, this was fine.
There's some parts I'm like, this could have been good.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact that they kept some characters dead.
The fact that they just, we don't know if he stays dead. We're not at the, we still got 21 more pages before the end.
But I'm betting that he probably stays dead.
I'm hoping. In the movie, it made no sense that he film project like that. Film. Oh damn! Trident. Damn. But yes, I'm not too interactive with chat today, aside from during raids, because I don't want to interrupt the reading too much. So thank you, Almarin, again for the raid. You are absolutely wonderful. I'm so glad to see you again. And okay, for those of you who have not met Almarin before, go follow them. Absolutely amazing streamer. Go check them out. Cool artist too. Yeah. All right, let's get back to it.
And if you haven't followed me, I'm doing my own clout.
You don't even stream on Twitch. You're on YouTube.
I want to be on Twitch. I have a Twitch account.
I noticed. I'm like, what? Oh wait, no, you don't. You can't dual stream, can you?
No, I cannot.
I see.
Not on YouTube. I want to be on Twitch, but I started with YouTube because it's way less complicated.
Really? Twitch was pretty easy to set up for me. YouTube's been the struggle.
Huh. Well, I heard the opposite.
I'll figure it out later. I don't know. Back to the reading.
I'll try to figure out Twitch sometime.
I'll figure out YouTube sometime.
We'll teach each other.
Exactly.
Paul attempts to hold him back. He takes but Paul yanks Grant back.
Oh yeah. Come on.
And then two men head quickly downriver, sprinting through the shallow water. The reptile rises to its feet, spreads its wings, and flies directly their way. Paul and Grant run as fast as they can, plowing through the water. And as the colossal reptile closes in for the kill, Paul and Grant both dive underwater and resurface on the far side of the steel mesh. Inside the aviary, the foiled pteranodon crashes into the mesh and lets out a heartfelt cry of frustration. Oh man, I wanted to eat fucking humans. Damn it. Now I'm gonna have to go eat my poop like I usually do. You animals do it!
I know they do, but these things, I don't think pteranodons eat their dropping. They leave them everywhere, though. That's for sure.
I hope not. I hope not. My fish does it though. At a nearby dock, Susan and Miles have found a rusty waterlogged barge that's somehow still floating, carrying a large cage covered by tarp. The boat was clearly intended for transporting dinosaurs downriver. Now the inside of the cage is full of old supplies. Miles uses a long pole to push off the barge as Grant and Paul hop on board. Susan is fiddling with the motor, pulling the starting rope to no avail. And as the current takes the craft quickly downriver, for the first time we get a good look at this incredible aviary, a vast domed mesh structure spanning the entire canyon. Well, that shot is in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
An emotional Miles looks back at the aviary with tears in his eyes. Standing behind his son, Paul lifts his arms in an effort to place a reassuring hand on Miles' shoulder, but he's unable to complete the gesture and ends in a meaningless pat. Standing off to the side, Grant himself doesn't look at all well, pale and breathing heavily. He can't take his haggard eyes off of the receding structure. Whew!
Alright, you want to swap?
Yes.
I could tell you were starting to get winded there.
Because I have no more water.
Oh no. Oh no, it's a ton. Oh no, it's a lot of dialogue. There's a good chunk of dialogue too.
I'll survive.
Alright. Exterior, downriver, late afternoon. Pulling the starter rope one more time, Susan finally manages to turn over. She steps toward the helm of the craft and steers the boat downriver. Beside her, Miles lies sleeping. Susan gently places a jacket over the boy. The barge motors through a tunnel of overhanging trees, casting our companions in shadow. Paul bails water, stops, and looks up towards the bow. Grant sits alone, grimly staring at the passing water. Paul sits down beside him, generally awkward in these kinds of situations. He glances at Grant with concern, but doesn't quite know what to say. At last, he offers the only words of comfort he can find.
3 years ago, my wife died in a car accident. That's one way. That's a way to reveal your wife is dead, dude.
Just to drop that shit on someone. Wow. Grant looks up. This is not what he expected, though Roby's tone is matter of fact. The buried pain in his eyes is.
I was driving, been arguing all afternoon. I took a wrong turn.
Paul shakes his head at the memory.
I never even saw him coming.
Grant steals a glance at the sleeping Miles.
I'm sorry for your loss, Alan. I know what Billy meant to you.
Grant solemnly nods. At the mention of Billy, he grows reflective.
What is it about this island that brings out the worst in us? Dinosaurs, I can understand. They fascinate me. It's humans that baffle me.
Grant shakes his head.
You're right, Paul.
The concerned Paul waits for him to continue.
These animals don't belong in our world.
And now Paul regrets his words.
But they're not the problem. We are. We raised them from the dead and unleashed a force that we are entirely unequipped to deal with. Maybe the most merciful gift we can give them, though it kills them
Though it
deserve,
kills him.
is extinction.
And just as he finishes his words, a ray of sunlight breaks through the gloom and lands on Paul's face. Slowly turning into the light, Paul's eyes widen. And the ray of light crosses the barge. When it reaches the face of the sleeping Miles, he softly wakes, opens his eyes, and stares with wonder. Susan instinctively shuts off the engine in an effort to quiet their approach and places a hand on Miles's shoulder. Grant closely watches his companions, then slowly follows their gaze. Looking into the light, he lets out an almost inaudible gasp. As the barge rounds a bend in the river, the setting sun is lighting up an incredible valley filled with dinosaurs. We see armored ankylosaurs, massive club tails, and duck-billed coryanthosaurs, and the raft
Choriosaurs.
floats on coryanthosaurs.
Yeah, and yeah.
And the raft floats under the gigantic arched necks of 80-foot brachiosaurs. With the mist from the river and the play of the light, indeed, it's like we're looking at a kind of Eden. Miles smiles sadly. Beside him, Susan watches in amazement. As Paul gazes out at the spectacle, it's as if he's seeing the beauty of these animals for the first time. Grant himself is awestruck, and in his eyes, we see a heart that belies his cynical words. Exterior airport entrance, San Jose. Simone Garcia sits behind the wheel of an old sedan, driving toward the airport entrance. She slowly comes to a halt. Up ahead, 2 armed U.S. Marines guarding a road, turning cars away from the terminal. Simone thinks for a moment, glances at the Marines, and takes a sharp left down a small dirt road. Exterior airport perimeter, night. Making her way through some marshy ground, Simone pushes her way to a chain link fence and peers forward. Her face drops. On a nearby dock area, sitting a dozen A-10 Warthog fighter jets. The A-10s are being loaded with missiles. Maintenance crews bustle about the area. Simone tries to open a nearby gate, but the lock won't budge. Then, a low rumble builds to an incredible roar, and 3 more jets zoom past overhead, landing on a nearby runway.
They're gonna bomb
Interior.
it.
Interior, briefing room. In a room overlooking the docking area, United States Air Force Colonel Peters briefs a room full of pilots in their upcoming mission. Finch watches from the side.
Apache helicopters will drop concussion charges in the line across the island. The initial attack will herd the animals into this peninsula.
He points to a 3-dimensional computer map. We also notice a marina situated on the peninsula.
Once corralled, thank you, A-10s will barge the entire area.
Some of the pilots look a bit dubious. One flight leader in particular shakes his head at the whole endeavor.
Sir, will the dinosaurs possess anti-aircraft capabilities? What?
This is very familiar to me with they're asking these sarcastic questions because they're like, this is way too, why are we here? Why are they using us for this kind of mission? He's basically questioning, why are we being used to kill a bunch of animals? Laughter fills the room, and the colonel considers him.
9 out of 10 of your peers wouldn't finish this mission, Captain. Though they may be highly skilled pilots, the strange truth of the matter is that most of us feel more comfortable shooting people than animals. Every pilot in this room has one thing in common. You are all experienced hunters.
Silence. The colonel looks to the flight leader.
I know this operation might seem a bit odd, but rest assured, if these animals didn't pose a very real threat to civilian life, we wouldn't be going in.
As Finch stoically listens to the words, a faint tapping catches Finch's attention. Outside a small window, Simone is peering in at him. Interior corridor. Finch and Garcia slow to a halt. Tensions are high.
You can't go through with this. How did you get in here? When a lion attacks a farmer, we don't burn down the entire forest. You wanted us to handle this, Garcia. I thought you monitored the island, contained the animals. Eradicating all traces of their existence never crossed my mind.
Something in Finch falters. He averts his eyes.
Finch by rote, okay? A certain amount of collateral damage. You sound like a press release. You're the one who tried dinosaur. Because I trusted you.
And indeed, her words strike a nerve. Finch studies her intently, then nods. When he speaks, his tone is calmer.
Look, even if I agreed with you, there's nothing I can do. You can call off the attack. I don't have the authority. Bullshit! As soon as the State Department learned what happened, this became a military matter. They commandeered the airport before I even knew what was happening. I'm just along for the ride.
Simone contemplates his words.
Then you better figure out something, Finch. Because this is criminal.
And as Finch gravely considers her, the roll low of thunder. Exterior barge, Isla Sorna. A full moon passes behind some clouds, and as thunder quietly rumbles, lightning flickers in the distance. The barge rounds a bend in the river and heads this way. A light on the bow shines through the darkness. After a few moments, the boat slows almost to an idle. The exhausted group gazes out at something ahead. They are utterly demoralized. Before them is the engine marina, lit up by the barge's passing light. Long wooden docks spread out over the river. A building facility is situated offshore. Tethered to the docks, the boats themselves are severely damaged. Most are beyond repair. Some are submerged underwater. None look seaworthy. Grant shuts off the motor. The light of the bow goes out. And now the rain comes down, drenching our dour companions as the barge drifts downriver. Grant puts on his best face.
Well, I guess we'd head out in the barge.
But Miles glances dubiously at their uncertain transport.
All the way to Costa Rica.
Grant forces a smile and tosses his hair.
It's not as far as you think, champ. We've got plenty of gas. We'll make it in no time.
As a despondent Miles looks back at the marina, Grant notices something odd in the river. At the stern of the craft, Paul sees it too. He looks down at the water curiously.
What are they?
And now Miles and Susan are also peering down at the river. Just below the surface, a shimmering wave of silver passes beneath the boat and continues upriver. Then, a single fish jumps out of the water. Then another. And another.
Bonitas. Something must have spooked them.
Another roll of thunder, getting closer. Paul's simple words send a shiver down Grant's spine.
Get the motor going.
Susan pulls the cord. The motor coughs and sputters, refusing to start. Grant races over to the motor, and as he takes the starter cord from Susan and winds it by hand, a gigantic fin rises from the water, moving directly toward the bow of the barge. Grant yanks the starter cord, but again the motor doesn't turn over, and the fin is quickly approaching the boat. As Grant winds the cord for another pull, wham! The river beast rams the boat. On deck, the group tumbles in all directions. And Spinosaurus rises to its feet. As thunder cracks overhead and lightning flashes, the dinosaur let out an ear-splitting roar. Grant pales at the sight. Susan, Paul, and Miles scurry into the cage. Spinosaurus lunges for the craft with gaping jaws. Grant dives out of the way, and Spinosaurus rips off the entire wheelhouse. Grant scrambles towards the bow of the boat and jumps into the open cage with others. Get another raid.
Hello.
Right at the end. Hello, Zilla. How raid up? It's good to see you. Where were you up to? Ad starts in 1 minute. I'm going to snooze that. I hope you had a good stream. Where were you up to? If you need raid and run, I completely understand. Get some food, get some water, get some rest. Take good care of yourself, please. And for those of you coming in, my name's Nerd Knight. I'm a Night Variety streamer. Play all types of games, do all types of things, and hang out, make friends, do all kinds of whatever. If you want to stick around, feel free to. The Goober Brigade is here. Sorry. Oh, no worries, Zilla. Ooh, Persona 3, nice. I hope you had fun. I'm glad you had fun. We've been enjoying reading the Jurassic Park 3 script that got canceled before they went with a different one for the movie. It's been a lot of fun. We're almost at the end. There's
Yeah.
only 13 pages left. Good God, it feels like there's like way too much stuff that needs to be done for it to be almost over.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. We'll get it going though. All right. Spinosaurus rises to its feet. Spinosaurus top. Okay. Grant scrambles towards the bow of the boat and jumps into the open cage with the others. Spinosaurus tosses away the wheelhouse and bites down on the stern of the boat, puncturing the gas tank. Gas leaks into the river, spreading into a large slick as the rain pours down. Spinosaurus lifts the stern of the boat clear out of the water. The cage slides across the slanted deck and wham! Slams into the gunwale and topples into the river. As the cage sinks into the river bottom, Miles is thrown through the open door. Debris and equipment float down to the muddy bottom. The cage lands with the door side down, resting in the mud. Paul, Grant, and Susan are trapped without air. Panicked, they frantically heave on the bars, trying to access the cage door. Miles surfaces and looks down for the others. Desperate, he dives to the cage and watches helplessly as the others struggle. Suddenly, the long arms of Spinosaurus plunge into the water, grab the cage, and lift it right out of the... As the group gasps for air, the cage is again shoved underwater, this time the door end facing up. Miles sees something glimmer in the mud of the riverbed. Diving toward the object, his hands search the murky bottom. Meanwhile, Spinosaurus gropes with a long arm, trying to fish the humans out of the cage. The gigantic claws close around Susan's body, and she's wrenched to the surface. As Susan gazes up at the drooling dinosaur, a red flare shoots at the Spinosaurus, hitting the animal on the snout and ricocheting high up into the air. The dinosaur roars furiously, drops Susan, and turns towards the source of the shot. Miles Roby stands a few yards away, flare gun in hand. An intense
Kid's got some
Spinosaurus
balls.
stalks. Yeah, he does. Fucking shooting at Spinosauruses, and earlier he was basically like fighting off the Pteranodons and started using them as a ladder.
E-
He may not be the. I can see where they got the Rambo final move.
Rambo
I can see it.
Jr.
An incensed Spinosaurus stalks directly toward the trembling boy. Susan, Paul, and Grant scramble out of the cage and dive into the river. Up above, the flare reaches the top of its arc, floats down to the gas-slicked water, and it's just as the dinosaur approaches Miles, whoosh! The river ignites in flames.
Ooh.
Spinosaurus roars furiously as fire spreads all around. Paul, Grant, and Susan stare in horror as a wave of fire rolls their way. They dive quickly underwater as the flames shoot by overhead. On the surface, Spinosaurus bellows among the inferno. Reaching the shore of the river, an exhausted Miles looks back for his companions. Over by the wrecked barge, a roaring Spinosaurus trudges through the flames and disappears into the jungle on the far side of the river. Grant and Paul surface nearby. Susan is nowhere to be found. Paul fearfully scans the area.
Susan?
No response.
Susan!
Then Susan surfaces a few yards away, gasping. In an instant, a relieved Paul rushes to her aid. He holds her in a strong embrace, strokes her hair, and whispers in her ear.
I thought I lost you.
Susan grips him tightly in her arms and looks deeply into his eyes, smiling slightly. When the two finally separate, they turn to find Miles silently looking on. Susan steps towards him.
Miles?
But the boy turns and runs, disappearing into the jungle. Paul looks to Susan,
I'm sorry.
and the father races after his son. Susan watches him go and then turns to find Grant. It takes her a moment to realize that Grant is only just now understanding the true nature of her relationship with Paul. Susan doesn't know what to say.
Paul and I, you don't owe me any explanations.
They consider one another in silence, then Susan smiles, sadly.
Don't think I wasn't flattered.
The solemn Grant returns to smile, then heads off. Exterior, jungle. Paul runs down an overgrown trail. Up ahead, Miles disappears into the brush.
Miles!
But the boy only quickens his pace. Paul charges after him, and by the time he emerges from the jungle, we find ourselves at Engine's Marina. Exterior marina. Paul slowly approaches his son. On the edge of the river, Miles stares out at the marina's wrecked boats. He's clearly upset. Paul studies him with concern.
We're never getting out of here. We'll find a way. How? We don't even have a boat! Miles, I hate it here!
Miles stares out at the night. Paul slowly nods. His next words come with great difficulty.
If there was anything I could do to bring her back, believe me, I would.
Thrown by the sudden reference to his mother, Miles sheds a tear.
We might not understand one another. You might not even like me. We're all we've got.
Miles averts his eyes and brushes the tears from his cheek. When he finally finds his voice, his words are bitter.
Sometimes I wish it had been you. Oh my god, kid!
What the fuck? Like, I understand, like, I get it. I get where the kid is coming from when he's saying this, but at the same time, wow.
You don't say that to your dad! My god.
Wow.
Like, if
So
it
he
was
never
the
showed.
exact opposite, where it was the mom who survived and the dad that died, and instead Susan was a guy, you would have said the exact same thing. What about your mom?
Oof. Though he'd never show it, Paul is deeply pained by the words. Miles turns on his heels and walks out onto the docks. Paul stares down at the water and quietly mutters.
So do I.
Exterior, San Jose Airport, pre-dawn. Close on the engine exhaust of an A-10 Warthog, a gout of flame lights up the night as the jet fires up. Helmeted pilots climb up steel ladders into cockpits, and we see some of the men and women we met earlier. Canopies lower into position, ground crews race around, pulling wheel chocks. The main rotors begin to spin down a line of wicked-looking Apache helicopters. And now, over by the airport entrance, 2 Marines are attempting to wave off a dark sedan that is speeding toward the gate. When it becomes apparent that the sedan isn't slowing, the Marines dive out of the way as the car smashes through the roadblock. Now, I'm just going to say this. I was in the Marines. That car would have been shot.
You've
would have been
in the
shot at?
Marines?
Yeah.
You've served. Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah. We're not getting into that part right now. We're gonna get into escalation force. Whereas if you are a Marine on gate guard duty and there is a speeding vehicle heading towards your gate, there's a level of things you have to go through before things go a certain way. A sedan racing towards the gate at high speeds, not slowing down, it is refusing to be warded off by the signals that are being presented by the Marines guarding the gate. Once that vehicle reaches a close enough distance, they are going to shoot the vehicle. They will try to disengage the tires, and they will probably shoot the driver. This is just movie stuff right here, though, so obviously they're not going to do it. But I'm just like, no, real life Simone gets shot. Okay.
Simone, she's dead.
Back at the whirling car. Okay, the car smashes through the roadblock. Back at the whirling Apaches, we see Colonel Peters boarding the lead helicopter.
What is it?
As the Colonel...
Oh wait, I'm at the wrong place. Never mind!
You're reading ahead. As the Colonel settles into place, the dark sedan races down the track and reaches to a halt near the lead helicopter. Finch and Parks jump out of the car, quickly approach the chopper, and as he reaches the open bay, he hands Colonel Peters a photograph.
What is it? A blow-up of one of the island's satellite images is the fuselage of a small plane.
The colonel is thrown by his comment.
We trace his serial number to a Paul Ruby.
Peter seriously considers his options, then appears to reach a decision.
Colonel, if there was even the remote possibility of civilian life.
But Peters merely hands back the photograph.
No one could have survived a crash like this.
Finch and Peters study one another, and Finch reaches a decision of his own.
I'm coming with you, sir.
The colonel frowns as Finch boards the chopper. Elsewhere on the tarmac, ground crewman waves his glowing signal sticks. The Apaches lift off into the night sky. Inside the lead helicopter, Finch waves to the Parks, standing on the ground below. He then looks out at the impressive array. The Warthogs taxi in a long line down the tarmac. One by one, they turn and blast down the runway, leaving fiery trails as they rise into the western sky. Internal Marina Building, Isla Sorna. Having made themselves as comfortable as they can, the group lies fast asleep. Exterior, Pacific Ocean. Dawn. Apache helicopters and A-10 fighters blow over still waters. They are backlit by an enormous red sun rising out of the ocean. Exterior, Mountain Valley, Isla Sorna. A juvenile Brachiosaurus, the same animal we saw in the jungle, eats grass in the peaceful morning light. Its sibling grazes nearby, along with a Brachiosaurus. Then, as the juvenile looks up, a concussion charge explodes in the distance. Now other dinosaurs are entering the far end of the valley. Concussion charges continue to explode. A low hum causes the creatures to look up. The noise grows steadily louder and louder. Apache helicopters emerge over a mountain ridge. The Apaches continue to set off their concussion charges, and the agitated Brachiosaurus join the passing herd of distressed dinosaurs. Internal. Marina Building, not Mariana. The companions sleep to the quiet thunder of distant artillery. Grant and Susan are the first to wake. They listen to the sounds and consider one another. After a few moments, Grant leaves the building. Susan watches him go, and Paul miles slowly wake. Exterior, Marina. With the sun rising in the east, Grant considers the occasional flash and thunder of the distant battle. The others step up beside him, gazing forward.
Maybe they're looking for us.
Grant gravely studies the horizon.
That's no rescue mission.
Then a low earth-shaking rumble envelops friends. As the rumble grows steadily louder, I'm getting a raid. Again. Zirkles, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had fun. Where were you up to? Today, we're reading a canceled script of Jurassic Park III. This is the script they had before. They had a different one for the final product of the movie. How are you, Zirkles? How are you? It's been a very fun read so far. And if you need a raid and run, I completely understand. Get some food, get some water, get some rest. Take good care of yourself, please. For those of you who are just joining in, I'm Nerd Knight, an Undead Knight variety streamer. Play games, make friends, hang out, do whatever. If you want to stick around, feel free to. This isn't an I do too, Hydro, but this isn't an iceberg. This is a script that got canceled before they decided to go ahead with filming. So this script was never released, and it has some major differences at this point.
Uh-huh.
New Graves playing Power World solo. Power World is absolutely fun, Zirkles. I've been obsessed with it. We're almost at the end. We got 7 pages left.
7.
All right. Mm-hmm.
All
right, let's continue on. So, friends. Yeah, thank you, Zirkles. Thank you for the raid. Then, a low earth-shaking rumble envelops our friends. As the rumble grows steadily louder, the group peers across the river, scanning the jungle for the source of the sound. In the distance, The head of a brachiosaurus pushes through the trees. First one, then another, and a third. Trunks and branches snap before the giant creatures, and now the rumble rises to a deafening roar. Then, downriver, a wall of stampeding dinosaurs smashes across the water. And as the brachiosaurus close in, Grant turns on his heels.
Come on!
Grant races forward, leading the group through the marina and toward the jungle beyond. Close behind, the brachiosauruses are crashing across the river. Our companions tear into the jungle as the stampeding dinosaurs smash right through the marina building. Exterior, the skies overhead. Dropping a series of concussion charges, the helicopters herd the last of the island dinosaurs into the Mariana Peninsula. The panicked animals bottleneck as they enter the peninsula. Interior, lead helicopter. Colonel Peters watches with satisfaction.
Commence Phase 2.
Finch scans the jungle below as the Apache helicopters pull away from the area. Off in the distance, A-10s veer toward the island. Exterior, jungle. The companions race through the undergrowth in a futile attempt to outdistance the stampede. Grant finds a debilitated vehicle turned over on its side. Desperate for shelter, the group huddles behind it. As the dinosaurs draw near, however, Grant thinks better of it.
Forget it. Let's get out of here.
As the companions flee the area, the rampaging dinosaurs send the vehicle tumbling. Up ahead, our friends can't escape the onslaught any longer, and the roar is everywhere. Directionless, disoriented dinosaurs careen all around them, like some hideous, never-ending nightmare. The four companions charge through the whirlwind in a mad dash to reach higher ground and avoid being trampled, but they can't hold out much longer. With dinosaurs barreling past, the group finally manages to wedge themselves in a small crevice, offering a few moments of relative safety. Then, beneath the din, another roar steadily rises into a deafening pitch, until A-10 warthogs scream by overhead, and missiles explode throughout the jungle.
What is it, Dr. Grant?
And as Grant peers after the jets,
It's how the dinosaurs died.
Paul considers the passing jets, glances back at Susan and Miles, and seems to reach some sort of decision. He bolts forward.
Dad!
Grant and Susan turn to find Paul Roby rushing off into the tumult. Dinosaurs stampede past, missiles explode, and by the time the dust settles, there's no sign of Paul. Miles cries out again. No, I think he has a plan. I think he has a plan of something. I think I know what he's going to try. Miles cries out again, eyes welling with tears.
No!
He tries to run forward, but Grant forcefully restrains him, and just then Susan spots Paul charging through the melee.
Over there!
Miles stares amazed as Paul scrambles towards the nearby ridge. Exterior, the skies overhead. The A-10s are circling for the next pass over the island. Internal, lead A-10. In the cockpit of the lead A-10, the flight leader has the peninsula in view.
All right, hotshots. Fix coordinates.
Interior cockpits, various. The pilots switch on their computers, punch in numbers. Exterior, jungle. Miles, Grant, and Susan watch intently as Paul lunges through the mayhem, at great risk to himself. Narrowly avoiding rampaging dinosaurs, he just makes it to the base of the rise, and A-10s blast toward the island. Interior, lead A-10. The flight leader closes in on his target.
Arm weapons.
Internal, cockpits, various. Again, the pilots punch in numbers on the computer. Interior, lead A-10. The flight leader's fingers poised over his launch button.
Let him loose.
Exterior ridge. As Paul desperately clambers up the rocky ridge, the A-10s open fire, missiles shooting downwards. Explosions rock the jungle, and a wall of fire moves quickly toward the ridge and the dinosaurs beyond. Paul strains with all his might to reach the top of the rise. The wall of fire fast approaches. Paul desperately waves, but the missiles are not to be stopped. One after another, they shoot from beneath the wings of the A-10s. The explosion is now reaching the base of Paul's ridge. Interior, lead A-10. The dinosaurs are indicated on the computer of the flight leader, and just as the barrage is about to reach its mark, the pilot spots Paul on top of the ridge, waving wildly.
Cease fire! Cease fire! Abort attack!
Exterior, ridge. As the wall of fire climbs the ridge toward Suddenly, the explosions stop. The jets peel off just over the head of Paul and dinosaurs below. Interior, lead helicopter. Colonel Peters watches with concern.
Captain, you are not to discontinue this attack. Is that understood? We've got a man down there, sir.
The colonel looks up to find Harlan Finch staring straight at him. The colonel grits his teeth. Exterior, ridge. Battered and exhausted, Paul sighs in relief as the A-10s circle away from the island. Turning on his heels, he quickly climbs back down the ridge. Down below, Miles breaks free of Grant and races in the direction of his father. As Paul reaches the base of the ridge, Miles barrels into his arms. They lock in a tight, emotional embrace. Paul rocks his son in his arms, eyes moist with tears. Susan and Grant watch from a distance, deeply moved. Overhead, the lead helicopter hovers towards the beach. Exterior, river. Finch escorts the survivors towards the lead helicopter, now situated on a sand flat near the river. Finch, Grant, and Colonel Peters walk side by side, shouting over the sound of the rotating helicopter blades.
I never thought I'd be so glad to see you, Finch. That makes two of us. You found your culprit. It's a flying reptile. I know, some fishermen hauled one up in their net. We've trapped 5 in the aviary. Well done, we'll get to them when we're finished here.
Grant stops dead in his tracks and he looks to the Colonel. Finch warily eyes the both of them.
What do you mean? I can't have those lizards flying to the coast every time they're feeling a little peckish. Believe me, those lizards aren't going anywhere. There could be dozens out there. Then at some point they'll return to the nests. Wiping out the island will only force them to roost elsewhere.
The Colonel considers the stubborn paleontologist with a troubled expression. He fears where this is going.
Get on board the chopper, Doctor.
But Grant doesn't budge. Stand off.
As soon as those jets are called off, we handle this right. If you think I'll stop this attack for one man refusing to leave the island, that's a chance I'll have to take.
And on that, the Colonel draws a gun and aims it at Grant.
What the fuck?
I know, right?
That is a military operation, Grant, and I order you to board this chopper.
But Grant starts to slowly back up.
You're going to have to shoot me, sir.
And indeed, Colonel Peters cocks his gun. But Grant only quickens his retreat, and as Peters stares down the barrel of his gun.
Does this come under the heading of collateral damage, Colonel?
Reaching the edge of the jungle, Grant glances back at his companions, first to Paul, then to Susan and Miles. The boy watches him sadly. Susan stands behind him with her hands on his shoulders, and Grant vanishes into the brush.
Okay, he's going full Tarzan.
Finch watches him go with an almost imperceptible smile. Colonel Peters shakes his head, then finally lowers his gun. Internal, lead helicopter. The helicopter is lifting off Isla Sorna. Paul got his arms around his son. Susan sits close by. As the chopper veers towards the ocean, the three of them look back on the island they wanted so desperately to escape. No longer facing the Air Force's threat from above, the dinosaurs are starting to regroup. And on a ridge overlooking the shore is Grant himself, waving after them. Exterior, ridge. Standing in the light of the rising sun, the paleontologist towards the island. The dinosaurs have calmed considerably since we last saw them. Lost juveniles are joyfully reunited with parents. The herds of HACKERSAURUS are gradually reestablished. Grant listens to their reassuring calls and watches with satisfaction as the dinosaurs slowly return to the jungle. The end.
What the fuck was that?
That is so dumb!
I hate that ending.
I'm not surprised they scrapped this.
I'm sorry, Jurassic Park III. I may have been too harsh on you.
You know what? Jurassic Park 3? It could have been so much worse. And good evening, Aqua. Welcome in. That was crazy. Are you kidding me with this script? Like, we just read 104 pages of what was almost a good movie. And what is with that ending?
Okay, here's my 2 cents on this. I prefer that in the final film, Alan Grant wants nothing to do with Sorna. It makes more sense as a guy who survived dinosaurs. Why would he want to go back and at the end stay there to live on that island?
And not only that, one, that island's gonna have limited resources because he's gonna eat. Two, he's not gonna have proper shelter. Like, the dinosaurs have invaded every building of the island. Like, what is with this movie? And I'm sorry, I must have blinked and missed it. But what the fuck happened to the Spinosaur? It got shot with the flare, and the fire happened, and then it kind of just
Yeah, it does that in final movie as well, where like there's a fire and it fucks off.
God, it's like you blink and you miss it.
And also in general, I feel like why add the Spinosaurus if you're gonna barely use it?
Yeah, it was barely in the movie. Or barely in the script, too. It was in there in its introduction and then gone for the most part. Showed up a little bit with the Raptors, but that was only in, like, it literally passed them by. And then it was here for a quick attack on the boat, and that was it.
Meanwhile, in the movie, it actually feels like a threat.
Yeah, because it's constantly after their asses.
Yeah, because it's like, I am offended that you're playing hit my back. I am going to pursue you guys until you're either off my island or you're dead.
That was just wow.
We could have had a good movie with this script, but they just
Kind of fucked it up at the end there.
yeah, and just bombing the island. It's already something I didn't like at the end of the original book. It is something that I don't like in here either.
Nope.
Like, honestly, what they could have done instead is maybe that, like, I don't know, um, what they could have done is just eradicate the flying ones.
I feel like if they had, well, so like the flying ones were like kind of the instigating factor for everything. Well, also in the released movie, the pteranodons are the reason the boy gets lost on the island because they eat the guys on the boat.
It's implied. It is.
I mean, it's implied, but they're kind of not on the boat anymore.
Yeah, I feel like I like the mystery solving aspect where like they're trying to figure out what's on the mainland attacking these people
Mm-hmm.
to find out, like, I don't know what to do with this island. Like, that's cool, that's a good idea, but that ending doesn't feel Jurassic Park at all. It feels like, I don't know, Michael Bay showed up and said, we blow up the entire thing.
No, yeah, like, and then the general pulls the colonel pulls a gun on Grant in front of witnesses, very rich and powerful witnesses, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as if that's not going to get reported on. That ending was just what?
Yeah, honestly, what they should have done is like try to focus on the dinosaur on the mainland part. That could have been just an entire story on its own, where there's a mystery going on with where they send I don't know scientists on the island trying to figure out what the fuck has been escaping.
No, yeah, like
This should have been Jurassic Park 3, but this
just
script was not it.
they should have just reworked that last ending bit there. It would have been fine, in my opinion.
Yeah, although I do. Honestly, if you ask me about as much as I have issues with the final product of Jurassic Park 3, it is better than the entirety of that last act.
Yeah, it is. Holy crap! You know what? I gotta say it. You know what? The Rambo kid was fun, at least in the released movie. Rambo
Yeah.
kid was fun.
Rambo Jr.
This makes me want to go watch the third one now and apologize.
I've watched it recently.
I need to.
Yeah. I got all the movies on physical.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's actually the 25th anniversary of Jurassic Park 3, so if you want to watch it, now's the time.
Yeah.
I am not sponsored by Universal. I repeat, I am not sponsored by Universal.
Yet.
Oh, I doubt it. No, what I was going to do is show around the Jurassic Field Guide website, but like it's late as fuck.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, this has been fun. I'm probably gonna end my stream here.
Oh, me too, me too.
Like, I got to wake up for work in a few hours, so yeah.
Yeah, go sleep. Go sleep, man.
Yeah.
It was fun hanging out. We should do this
It
again.
absolutely was. Yeah.
Just to play
I'm
a
glad
game
we were able to
sometime.
get through it. Mm-hmm.
Plus, I still have the park I talked about I gotta show you.
Mm-hmm. Well, a few people asked if they could get their hands on this.
On this script,
Yeah.
I don't remember where I got it. I think I know I just googled like Lost Jurassic Park strips and found their website, but I don't remember which website. But there is a specific one where it's just a bunch of Jurassic scripts,
Mm-hmm.
except for Jurassic World, Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, and Dominion. Those they have not found any scripts.
Mm-hmm.
But
Hopefully
yeah,
at some point.
yeah. This was this was the canceled Jurassic Park 3 script, and we avoided the disaster.
Yeah, we did.
And with that, folks, I think we're gonna end it here. If you enjoyed what you've seen here today, don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and click on the bell. This was HackerSauruS and Friends. Bye bye.
Mm-hmm. All right, everyone.